Good morning and welcome to the Sunday's heat session of the 2002 Victorian Age Short Course Championships. Here in the Blue Pool, our first event for this morning is event 95, the girls 13-14 400 metre individual medley. We have two heats this morning. They are a timed final. Behind the blocks is heat 1. And we are away here for Sunday's heat sessions with one of our toughest events up first, this 400 metre individual medley. Leading through the first 25 in lane 2, Miranda Gu, and in lane 3, Isabella Osborne. They continue to lead through the first 50. So our two MLC teammates continue to lead through this butterfly leg. They're going stroke for stroke as we approach the conclusion of this butterfly leg, with Miranda Gu just pulling slightly ahead of Isabella Osborne. And Julia Skipkovic in third over in lane 0. So Miranda and Isabella turn through in heat 1. So Miranda has now opened up a body length lead over her teammate Isabella in lane 3. Still in third place over in lane 0, Julia Skipkovic, with Kate Golby and Madison Brand also swimming well. So Miranda Gu has now moved out to a 2.5 body length lead halfway through this backstroke leg. In our backstroke leg of our 400 IM, it's really important that we try and keep a good tempo with those arms and feeling nice and light with those feet. So wanting to keep the hips up nice and high, but not overwork the leg. As we move into the breaststroke leg, we're obviously going to have to work those legs a lot harder. Miranda's doing a really good job here. And is now out to a 5 metre lead over Isabella Osborne, and now challenging Isabel for second is Madison Brand in lane 6. So Miranda turns through the halfway to 2:35.16 ahead of Isabella and Madison, both in equal second position. The margins are now reducing. The margins are now reducing between Miranda and the rest of the field. So Isabel's back to about 2 body lengths behind, and starting to make a move through the middle is Chloe Burke from Melton. Also swimming well in this breaststroke leg is Kate Golby in lane 1. So through the first 50 of breaststroke, the margin's now down to 2.5 seconds. between Miranda and Isabella. With Chloe Burke in third, Kate Golby in fourth, and Julia over in lane 0, neck and neck with Kate. Isabella is now moving right up alongside her teammate once again as we move into the last 25 of our breaststroke leg. With our breaststroke leg, it's really important to try and keep the stroke nice and long, driving forward on each stroke. So Isabella has retaken the lead now, and only a body length and a half behind in third place Chloe Burke. So Isabella leads through from Miranda into our freestyle leg with Chloe in third. And now they're back to dead even, those MLC teammates, through this opening 25 of the freestyle. A reminder, this is our time final, so we will be awarding the medals based on their performances here in this morning's heats, as the two MLC swimmers neck and neck through this opening 50 of freestyle, with Chloe Burke just a body length behind them in third. Miranda has now re-established her lead as we go into the final 50 here in the opening heat of our 400 IMs for the 13, 14-year-old girls. Isabella won't let her get away though, and is staying right even with her, and has pulled back to level as we approach the final turn. Miranda turns just ahead. Both girls really bringing in their legs in this last 25, with Isabella making a strong move and coming right up alongside her, and they're going to go under the flags even. Who's going to get their hand on the wall first? And it will be Isabella. Takes down 5:26.75, just ahead of Miranda, with Chloe in third. So for all three of those finishers swimming a PB, as well as another 5 athletes in that field swimming under their entry time, as we now move on to Heat 2. So we're underway here in Heat 2 of our 400 individual medley time finals for our 13, 14-year-old girls. Leading through the first 25 is Judy Hussein Aman, closely followed by Lily Kosh and Brooke Briscoe. Those three are a body length clear of the rest of the field as we approach the 50-metre turn. Judy will turn first in the 32.17, ahead of Lily and Brooke. So Judy maintains her slight lead over Lily, with Brooke sitting just 3/4 of a body length behind in third. Those three remain clear of the rest of the field, which is nice and even, with a nice battle between Hannah, Sione and Kate over the far side, and Michaela and Olive over this side of the pool. So Judy does turn first at the end of the butterfly in a 109.55. Nearly 2 seconds ahead of Lily Kosh, with Brooke Briscoe in third. Moving into fourth, the opening stages of our backstroke leg. In lane 6 is Jessie Steiner. Sorry. In lane 6 was Jessie Steiner. So Judy maintains her body length and a half lead halfway through this backstroke leg, with Brooke Briscoe actually catching Lily over this first 50 of backstroke, as those two turn very even. Jessie Steinman in fourth and Michaela Larkin in fifth, having a nice battle here in lane 6 and 7. So Judy's maintaining that 2 body length lead now as we approach the final 25 metres of our backstroke leg. Lily's holding on to second, just ahead of Brooke. with Jessie Steinem 3 body lengths behind. So we move into our breaststroke leg, and now Lily Kosh and Brooke Briscoe have started to close down on Judy through this opening 25. Lily's going to move right up alongside Judy after this first 25 of our breaststroke leg, with Brooke body length and a half behind in third. Swimming well now in lane 6. In a clear 4th position is Jessie Steinem, starting to catch up to her Geelong teammate inside her in Brooke. Lily Kosh has now moved into the lead through this opening 50 of the breaststroke and is now a body length clear of Judy, with Brooke maintaining 3rd place, 2.5 body lengths further behind. So Lily, our state record holder in the 100-metre breaststroke for our 13-year-olds, is using that strong breaststroke leg to extend out to 2.5 body length in the second 50 of our breaststroke. Still swimming well after leading through the first 200, Judy the same. And Brooke maintaining 3rd place, with her teammate Jessie Steinem trying to chase her down. Also swimming well over in lane 2 is Kate Lewina. But Lily's moved out to an 8-metre lead at the end of the breaststroke leg as she turns into the freestyle leg in 3:52.74. Judy's 2 body lengths clear of Brooke in that battle for 2nd and 3rd, with Jessie Steinem in 4th, with Michaela Larkin and Kate Lewina challenging her for that 4th spot. So Lily's extended her lead out over 10 metres in this freestyle leg as we approach the 350-metre turn. Judy's still maintaining that 2 body length lead over Brooke Briscoe as we approach the halfway mark of our freestyle leg. So Lily has comfortably got this in control, ahead of Judy and Brooke in 3rd. A nice tight battle for 4th between Jessie and Michaela in lane 6 and 7. So Lily had an entry time from last week where she went a 5:08.63 in Metro Champs, and will take this 400 IM out, and she will swim under that entry time in a new PB of 5:04.58. And had Judy Hussain Haman in 2nd and Brooke Briscoe in 3rd. All 3 of our swimmers there swim a PB, and coming in for 4th, Michaela Larkin is just going to out-touch Jessie Steinem. So 4 of our swimmers under that 5:20 mark. Followed in by Emerson, Kate, Anna over in lane 0, Olive and Sion. So we will shortly have the medal ceremonies for that girls 13, 14, 400 IM once we work out our medal winners between those 2 heats. And we'll now move on to event 97, our mixed 18 and under 100-metre breaststroke multi-class. This is another one of our time finals from this morning's session. So our athletes in this event are not only competing against each other, but they're competing against their classification times. So it's not necessarily first to the wall who will take out the state title. Once they finish, their time will be converted into a point score for us to work out our medal winners. So the aim is to get the highest point score possible. So the closer you are to your category's world record will mean a higher point score. So we're now on the blocks here in event 97, and they are underway. So getting the best of the starts in lane 4 was Abby, closely followed by James in lane 6. Now moving through is Hamish Keenan in lane 3. And Andrew Dim in lane 5. So it is a nice even battle through this opening 50, with Abby just ahead of Hamish and Andrew. So it is important for our viewers to understand that all of our athletes here, first of all, they're challenging to swim as close as they can to their personal best time, and then making sure they are going flat out so they can get the highest point score possible to give themselves the best chance to win a medal once we work out our results. Abby continues to lead, just ahead of the boys on either side of her in Hamish and Andrew as we enter this final 25. Abby's now out to a body length lead over both Hamish and Andrew, and they're having a neck and neck battle as we approach the final 10 metres. Also nice tight battle down here in lane 6 and 7 between James and Lockie, with Lockie coming through and looks like he'll win that battle for 4th. But Abby touches the wall first, ahead of Hamish and Andrew. Coming in next will be Lockie, ahead of James. So it's now important to have a look at some of our entry times to work out if our swimmers have swum personal best. And then we'll wait for the medal ceremony to work out who has got the highest point score compared to their classifications time. Next into the wall is going to be down here in lane 8, Evie Lee from Geelong, our youngest competitor in the field at 12. She touches the wall just ahead of Olivia Miller over in lane 0. And our final finisher will be Kira Warwick down here in lane 9 from Tiger Sharks. Having a quick look at some of those times, it was good to see a number of our swimmers swimming fast in their entry times. So a number of PBs from our athletes in our mixed 18 and under 100-metre breaststroke multi-class event. So again, that medal ceremony will be happening shortly, where we'll be able to confirm the medal winners and place getters for event 97. We'll move on to event 98 now, the girls 17-18 100-metre butterfly. So we have now moved on to our preliminary heats event. So we have these heats seeded from fastest to slowest. The opening 3 heats are seeded, so the athletes in lane 4 for these 3 heats will be first, second, and third, followed by the athletes from lane 5, then 3, and so on. Leading this opening heat is Isabella Boyd, ahead of Paris Burlock through this first 25. So Isabella Boyd and Paris have been swimming really well this week, and Isabella's extended out to a body length lead through the first 50 and turns in 28.49 ahead of Paris, with Brianna Burgess in third. So Brianna has been finishing really strongly in the second 50s or second half of her races, so I expect her to keep the challenge on and just through this second 50. Isabella Boyd does lead comfortably here. Isabella had an entry time under the minute. We'll see how close she can get to that in this morning's heat session. She leads ahead of Paris, with Brianna in third. So Isabella touches in a time of 2:00.11, ahead of Paris, with Brianna in third and Stephanie Hunter in fourth. So we now move along to heat 2. We are missing a couple of our athletes in the middle of the pool, so this will give some of our other swimmers a chance to qualify for tonight's final. Very even start across our 5 swimmers in the pool, with Amelia just leading in lane 3 over that opening 25. Amelia extends her lead slightly over Jesslyn and turns first in 30.35 with Jesslyn in third and Chiara. Jesslyn in second and Chiara in third. Amelia continues to keep the pressure on this second 50 and has moved out to a body length lead as we approach the 75-metre turn ahead of Jesslyn, and Chiara maintains her third position. So moving into the final 10 metres of this heat 2, and it will be Amelia who takes this heat out in a time of 104.84 ahead of Jesslyn and Chiara in third. So we currently have 7 swimmers posted a time of 108 or faster. So that gives a little bit of a target for this third and final heat to make sure, if they want to make the final, make sure they're finishing inside the top 3 and under that 108 mark. So leading through the first 25 here is Abby Harrington in lane 4. Ahead of Anna O'Reilly over in lane 2. At the 50-metre mark, it still will be Abby Harrington who leads ahead of Anna in lane 2, and moving into third now is Abby J. Warner. Nicole Briscoe is right even with Abby J, and those two girls are now starting to challenge Anna O'Reilly for second place in this heat. But Abby Harrington maintains her body length lead over those 3 as we enter this final 25. So Abby is now extended out to a body length and a half lead, but it's a really tight battle for second in this heat, with Nicole Briscoe moving into second, just ahead of Abby J. Warner, with Anna, our early second place, holding on for fourth. So Abby took that out in a 104.00, ahead of Nicole, Abby J in third, and Anna in fourth. It looks like all 4 of those athletes were posted a time that is going to be fast enough to swim in tonight's final. So it looks like you did need to swim a 106 to qualify for the girls' 17-18 100-metre butterfly final. We're now moving on to our 16-year-old girls 200-metre freestyle here for event 100. We have 4 heats. In the water is heat 1. Alana Torrance has swum fantastically well this meet, and she leads over the opening 25 here in lane 4. So once we've moved into our 200-metre events, it's really important that we get this pacing right. So we want to see them out nice and fast but relaxed through this first 50 as Alana leads through in a 29.13. Ahead of Mackenzie and Layla. So we've got our traditional arrowhead formation in this heat with our centre lanes in front and gradually moving out to our outside lanes. So with these seated heats, this is what you often see. And the challenge in the seated heat is always to beat that one extra person on your inside if you can. So through the 100, Alana Torrance continues to lead, ahead of Mackenzie Hunter and Layla Mahfouz. So that first 50 is all about getting out fast and relaxed, and then you need to work on keeping the pressure on. The second, third and fourth 50 all want to be about that same speed, about 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds slower than that first 50 was. Alana is looking nice and relaxed out in front. Mackenzie's staying on her hips, and Layla is just a body length behind Alana. So those top 3 have cleared out from the rest of the field here in this opening heat. In fourth place is Madeline Burns over in lane 2, having a good battle with her Surrey Park teammate Kira Tate in lane 6. So Alana Torrance turns first for this final 25. Still Mackenzie staying on her hip, and Layla just that body length behind in third. But Alana will take this opening heat out in a time of 2:07.40, ahead of Mackenzie Hunter, with Layla Mahfouz in third. So those opening three swimmers under that 2:10 barrier, with Madeline Burns winning the battle of the teammates at Surrey Park to get into touch in fourth. So on the blocks now, we have heat 2. Leading after the underwater phase is Clara Seidel and Sienna Shepherd in lane 3 and 4. Also swimming wells, Amrita Subramania. So those middle lanes lead after the opening 35 metres. So Clara Seidel will turn first at the 50 in a 29.38, ahead of Amrita and Sienna in third. Lila Parr is staying about 3/4 of body length behind those top three, and also swimming well over in lane 2 is Alexandra Skinner. Those top three are just starting to extend over the rest of the field, as Sienna in lane 4 has now moved into the lead as we approach the 100-metre turn. So Sienna will lead through at the 100 in a 1:01.97, ahead of Clara and Rita in third, with Alexandra moving into fourth, just ahead of Lila. So it's in this third 50, it's all important about keeping that pressure on, and Sienna's doing a really good job, and you can see she's focusing on those underwaters, getting at 7.5 metres off that turn. And Rita is now moved into second place over Clara as we approach the 150-metre turn. Senna is out to a body length and a half lead and turns in 1:34.11. Just ahead of Clara and Rita in third. Those two are neck and neck in their battle for second and third. Sienna has cleared out in this heat and will take this second heat out. Moving into fourth is Alexandra Skinner. She's started to try and take some ground off those swimmers battling for second and third in this heat. A reminder, our top 10 athletes from these 4 heats will qualify for tonight's final, as Sienna takes out this heat 2 in a 2:06.16, ahead of Amrita and Clara in third, ahead of Alexandra in fourth. So we now have 4 swimmers who have posted times under the 2:10 mark on our opening 2 heats, with another 2 swimmers on 2:10. As we move on to our third heat. So Molly Cargill from Traralgon getting the best of the starts in this third heat in lane 5. And she leads just ahead of Alessandra Southern in lane 3. In third place in this opening 50 is Stephanie Moran. So Alexandra leads just ahead of Molly at that opening 50 turn, with Stephanie and Francesca battling for thirds. So we will look in time for a 2:10 to be putting yourself in tonight's final. If you're at swim 2:10, you'll be safe. Anything over 2:10, and it will be touch and go if you'll be able to qualify for tonight's final. Alessandra Southern leads through the 100s, just ahead of Molly, with Francesca Hanlon moving into third, a half body length ahead of Stephanie Moran in lane 2. So Molly and Alessandra Southern neck and neck through the first 150. as they turn into this last 50. It is still Alessandra just ahead by 0.3 of a second over Molly. And Francesca comfortably in third, 2 bottom lengths clear of a nice battle over in lane 1 and 2 between Charlotte Graham and Stephanie Moran. So we enter this final 25. And Alessandra Southern is going to take this heat out. She's coming under the flags now and posts a time of 2:09.79 with Molly in second and Francesca in third. So I believe 2:11 is in the final at the moment. I believe we have 9 of our athletes 2:11 or faster as we move on to our 4th and final heat here in the girls 16 years 200 metre freestyle. Tallulah Rush and Celeste Ellis lead through this opening 50 metres with Annabelle Glover and Megan Chan having a battle for thirds. So it will be Celeste who leads through ahead of Tallulah, with Annabelle in third, Megan in fourth, closely followed by Piper Naismith down in here in lane 8 in fifth. So these girls all had entry times between 2:18 and 2:19. So we'll look to see how many of our swimmers can post a personal best here in our 4th and final heat. Celeste has now started to extend her lead out to a half a body length over Tallulah. And she does lead through in a 1:06.2 ahead of Tallulah with Annabelle in third. So now into that all-important third 50 here. Those first 3 are clear of the rest of the field. And a nice battle for fourth between Annabelle Blunt over the far side in lane 1 and Megan Chen and Piper Naismith over this side in lane 7 and 8. So Celeste continues to lead into this final 50 ahead of Tallulah and Annabelle Glover. So Annabelle has maintained that distance behind Tallulah and Celeste for this opening 150. Will she be able to start to pressure them in this final 50? It does look like Celeste has started to extend her lead and Tallulah who's going with her. So they've cleared out ahead of Annabelle in this final 50, and Tallulah and Celeste are going to battle this heat out, with Tallulah coming strong in this final 50 and taking it out in 2:16.3 just ahead of Celeste with Annabelle in third. Those opening 3 swimmers all swimming under their entry times and recording some nice PBs. We're continuing with our 200 freestyle theme as we move on to event 102, the girls 15 years event. We have 6 heats. Our Victorian record in this event is a 1:59.0 set by Abby Kearney. And I believe Abby set that at the great event that is the short course state versus state championships that they had not been able to hold for the last few years. So I'm not sure if that short course state challenge is being brought back, state teams challenge. But Giselle Davey leads through this opening 50 here in this opening heat, the 28.46. Ahead of Emily Bulick and Catherine Boyle. So we've seen Giselle swim really well across all her freestyle distances this meet, from the 50 right through the 400. And so she does look like she's going to continue this theme in this 200, turning in at 59.69. Catherine Boyler's moved into second, just ahead of Emily Bulick in third. Emily did get a slightly better turn than Catherine. She's moved into third during the swimming portion of this third 50. Giselle is comfortably in front by 4 body lengths over that nice tight battle for second between Emily and Catherine. So Giselle turns into this final fit in a 1:31.17. She has an entry time of a 2:03.55, so she's going to be right on that swim in this morning's heat session, with Emily and Catherine still neck and neck in that battle for second, with Tali Gant swimming in lane 4, swimming in lane 3 in 4th place. But Giselle's looking really comfortable, keeping that kick nice and strong, those long smooth strokes, and she's going to take this opening heat out in a 2:03.05. Nice battle for second, with Catherine Boyle getting the touch just ahead of Emily Bulick. So on the blocks, we now have heat 2. And Skylar Hay getting the best of the starts here in heat 2, ahead of Andrea Tolentino and Sojun Quinn. So those three in the centre of the pool do look like to be our early leaders, but also swimming well in lane 7 is Hayley McKinder. So Skylar Hay, oh no, it is Sojun who leads through that first 50. Really worked well into that turn. Those last couple of strokes to carry her momentum and then pop up in front. So those two are just ahead of Andrea Tolentino, with Hayley McKinder swimming well in lane 7. So we know Hayley for her breaststroke events, but she's putting together a really good freestyle here and is currently sitting in 3rd place. Sojun Huang will lead through the 100, just ahead of Skylar Hay, with Hayley McKinder in 3rd, neck and neck with Andrea Tolentino. So again, the objective for some of these athletes is to qualify for tonight's final. So you need to be in the top 10 from these 6 heats to be getting a second swim tonight. Still swimming really well out here in lane 7 is Hayley McKinder. Sojun Huang has extended her lead to half a body length over Skylar Hay as we turn through this 150-metre turn. Hayley's maintaining that 3rd position, with Andrea now in 4th. So Sojun continues to lead in this final 50, with Skylar Hay in 2nd, and Hayley maintaining her 3rd position and fighting nice and strongly over this final 50. Sojun will take this second heat out in a time of 2:09.04, ahead of Skylar and Hayley in 3rd. So we've had 7 athletes post a time of 2:11.35 or faster on these opening 2 heats. So we'll look in this 3rd heat to see how many of those athletes can join that 2:11 or faster range to give themselves a chance to qualify for tonight's final. So the 3rd heat is now on the blocks. So Greta Seville and Olivia Bailey lead through this opening 25 of heat 3. Ashley Dunn's currently sitting in third place, just ahead of Darby Wilkes and Kate Morrison and Riley Cardor over the far side of the pool. But Greta will lead through in 29.0. And Greta is looking really smooth, keeping a nice strong kick going and just a relaxed tempo. So now moving to second place in this second 50 is Ashley Dunn. She's half a body length clear of a nice tight battle for third between Riley, Olivia and Darby. So Greta turns first at 100 with a 4-second lead over Ashley. So Greta had an entry time of 2:05.90. At that 00 speed through the first 100, she's going to give herself a chance to swim potentially even a little bit faster than that personal best entry time. Ashley Dunn is clear in second, and now moving into third place is Darby Wilkes. So Greta Seville clearly out in front. So it's about a 33 point for that 50. So she's going to swim her PB. She'll need to come home nice and strong. Ashley Dunn maintaining that second place, with Darby Wilkes in third, and the battle in fourth, Hannah Wagner currently leading. So Greta Seville will take this third heat out in a 2:06.22. Ashley Dunn's going to touch in second, with Darby Wilkes in third. Nice tight battle for fourth, with Hannah Wagner just getting the touch ahead of Kate Morrison and Sienna Denares. So it looks like that 2:12 is currently sitting in the final after this opening three heats. So unfortunately, we did have a false start there. So now having a second attempt at the start. And they are underway here in heat 4. Sky Lorby leads through this opening 25. And also swimming well in this opening 25 is Nikki down here in lane 8. Nikki has now moved into the lead ahead of Isabella, and over there in lane 0, Chloe. So nice and even across the whole field with our 1, 2, 3 spread out between lane 8 and lane 0. Nikki Rapapara continues to lead in this heat, and she's now out to a body length and a half lead over Isabella Vandermeer, and now challenging for second in lane 7 is Ashley. So Ashley does turn second behind Nikki, with Isabella in third and Chloe Green in fourth. So Nikki's doing a really good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong through this third 50. We know that third 50 is the challenging 50 in a 200 to get right. The pain has built up through that opening 100, but the finish is not yet in sight. So Nikki continues to extend her lead out to almost 2 body lengths at the 150 metre turn. She turns ahead of Ashley, with Sky into third. So Sky put in a good third 50 and has now moved into second place off that 150 metre turn. Nikki will continue to lead through this last turn at the 175 metre mark in heat 4, and is going to take heat 4 out. Sky, our early leader, has moved back into second place and has now moved clear of Isabel in lane 5. So Nikki had an entry time of 2:21 and has absolutely smashed that, coming in a big PB of 2:16.04 ahead of Sky, with Isabella in third. We now move on to heat 5. Angela Lee in lane 4, starting well, and alongside her, Grace Stobie. Those two lead through the first 25, and now Grace has kept that pressure on and has moved out to a body length lead through this opening 50. So Grace is attacking this 50 nice and strong and turning in 31.12, ahead of Grace Ferguson and Angela Lee. So Grace continues to lead here in this fifth heat of our girls' 15 years 200 metre freestyle. So Grace really attacked this swim in this opening 50 and has continued to keep the pressure on through the 100. So Grace is going to turn first in a 1:05.7 ahead of Angela, and now moving into third place is Charlie King. Also swimming well over in lane 2 is Emily Stevens, and Madison down here in lane 9. So Grace continues to hold that lead that she established early in the race and is now out to a 2 body length lead and is ahead of that nice tight battle for second, with Charlie King and Angela Lee battling neck and neck as they approach the 150 metre turn. Grace continues to lead. Charlie has now moved into second, just ahead of Angela, with Madison down here in lane 9 in fourth. So now they start to come back towards Grace in this final 50. All our swimmers in this heat had entry times between 2:21 and 2:23. So we'll see how many of our swimmers can post personal best times. Finishing really strong in the second 100 is Charlie King, and she's moved up alongside Grace and looks like she's going to take out this fifth heat. And she does come under the flags and touches the wall in a 2:25.5 ahead of Grace, with Madison swimming well down here in lane 9 for third. So again, we saw a number of our swimmers there post personal best times for heat 5. Unfortunately, it looks like we might have another disqualification here. In our 6th and final heat. So we just had the 2 athletes on the blocks with Sophia Hogg and Lucy Delbridge. And due to that, it is just going to be Sophia Hogg who will be swimming this race by herself, because unfortunately Lucy has been disqualified for a false start. So hopefully the crowd can get behind Sophia here as she tackle this 200 freestyle by herself. We always say that you're only really racing yourself And that is a true reflection in this heat, because Sophia is all by herself in this sixth and final heat. Sophia has an entry time of 2:23.86. So we'll see how Sophia can go against her personal best. She does look like she's doing a really good job through this opening 50. And getting out nice and fast and turning a 32.30. She's keeping her stroke rate nice and high and also working that nice strong kick. So getting out to 5 metres off that 75-metre turn. Keeping that tempo nice and high from Sophia Hogg from Tiger Sharks. She turns through the hundreds in a 1:07.67. So it's a good opening 100 and it's given her every chance to swim a personal best here. It's all about keeping that pressure on. So she's at 1:35 or 34, for that second 50. What will she be able to post in this third 50? The third 50 is that challenging one to keep that pressure on. She's keeping that stroke rate nice and high, trying to keep those legs going strongly as she approaches the 150-metre turn. She turns through here in a 1:44.69. So that was a little bit slower, that third 50, about 37. As we'll see if she can pick it up again in this final 50. As we've got 25 metres to swim as she goes through her final turn. Still getting out to that 5-metre mark off the turn. Really work on trying to bring in those legs in this last 50 and keeping that stroke rate nice and high. So Sophia is doing a fantastic swim all by herself and is going to post a personal best time here and touches the wall in 2:21.38. Taking 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds off her personal best time. So congratulations, Sophia Hogg. And it's good to see the crowd get behind her. We're now moving on to event 104, the girls' 14 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 8 heats. In the water is heat 1. Charlie Stigglebrook in lane 2 was the best of the starters and does lead through this opening 25. Now moving up alongside her is Brooke Briscoe in lane 4 and Bella Murchie in lane 5. So Brooke leads through that opening foot 50 just ahead of Charlie's, with a Bella Murchie in third. So Brooke has now extended her lead out to half a body length over Charlie's, but Charlie's had a really good turn and is now just only half a stroke behind in this opening heat. But it will be Brooke taking out in 59.78, ahead of Charlie's, with Sophia Ballen getting the touch for third. We move now onto heat 2. As she has all meet, starting really well in lane 5, Nell Pete. And she will lead through this opening 25, ahead of Jessica Whiting and Alicia Hanley. So Nell continues to lead through this first 50, with Jessica Whiting turning in second and Alicia Hanley in third. We had 6 of our athletes under that 30-second mark through that opening 50, so a nice early speed. And now the challenge is to try and keep that pressure on in this third 25 and into that final last 25, giving it everything you've got left. It's starting to even up. Nell's still slightly ahead, but coming strongly over the far side is Eliza Houghton. and Annabelle Jorgensen. As we go under the flags, it's going to be nice and tight, and this is going to be a dead heat. 101.24 for both Eliza Houghton and Nell Pete. Within third place, Jessica Whiting. So a really even heat for our second heat there, with a number of our swimmers swimming at personal best times. Heat 3 is now in the water. So heat 3 is our final of our seeded heats. And Alicia Clark making the most of those underwaters, coming up at the 13-metre mark and leads through this first 25. Just ahead of Layla McInnes. So Alicia Clark has consolidated that lead through this first 50 and turns first in 28.79. Ahead of Layla with Vasilisa in third. Faith Delaney has really worked those walls each time to gain ground on the others underwater. Alicia Clark continues to lead. Now moving into second, Layla and Judy is finishing strongly. And a good second 50 as well as Faith Delaney. And as nice and tight as we go underneath the flags. It is Alicia who takes it out at 1:00:35. Ahead of Judy. And in third place, Faith. So it looks like it's definitely going to take a 101 to make that final. I can't tell you how fast, as there's so many 101 athletes. As we move now on to heat 4. So move on to our non-seeded heats, where all these athletes in this heat had an entry time of 1:04. Now, just because they weren't in the fastest 30 seeded doesn't mean they don't have a chance of making that final. While it'll be a big PB, we have seen some of these swimmers swimming really well this week and posting massive PBs. And Victoria McKenzie, getting out at 29.07, has given herself every chance here to challenge those early times posted from our seeded heats. She leads ahead of Gabrielle King and Isabella Osborne. So Victoria McKenzie continues to lead from Doncaster Templestowe in lane 3. Ahead of Gabrielle King, and also swimming well down here in lane 8 is Rose Donald. So Victoria McKenzie is going to take heat 4 out in a fantastic swim of a 1:01.95. Ahead of Gabrielle King, Isabel Osborne getting up for third. Ahead of Chloe Joyner. A number of those athletes swimming personal bests in that heat. I do think Victoria McKenzie's swim, although she managed to take off 2.5 seconds, is probably going to be just outside the top 10. We had a lot of swimmers in that 1:01 range. So 1:01.95 will definitely improve her ranking, but probably was just going to miss out on that final. As we move on to here, heat 5. Millie Bennett and Hannah and Abby Kursworth, best of the starters. And Abby looks like she will lead through this first 50 in a 30.72. Ahead of Imogen over the far side in lane 0. So again, nice and even across this heat. Abby has started to pull ahead, but the battle for second is very tight as we enter this final 25. So Abby does look like she's got this heat under control, but now moving into second is Julia Skipkip. And Julia will take out second behind Abby, and in the battle for third, Tiana Hardy over in lane 2. Again, a number of our swimmers swimming personal best heat times in heat 5. As we move now along to heat 6. Some strong underwaters here in lane 5 from Sarah Bravilli. She has made a number of good starts across this meet, making the most of her dolphin kicks, and she will turn equal with Alicia overall through this first 25. Also swimming well is Chiara Fernando over in lane 0 and Zara Paul in lane 6. So it is Chiara Fernando over in lane 0 who leads through the first 25, but we have 8 athletes neck and neck in this heat 6, and it's impossible to pick, with Amelia Barn in lane 2 also trying to get in the mix, but in lane 3 Anita Webber probably moved through into the lead through that third 25 and will hold on to take the heat win out in a 104.44, just ahead of Kiara Carson in lane 2 and Zara Paul in lane 6. Again, about half of our athletes in that heat swimming personal best times. As we move on to heat 7. Starting really well down here in lane 8, India Palag. I feel like I've called her starting well in a number of her races so far this meet as well. Now starting to move through in lane 3, Amelia Kennedy and Taylor McKenzie in lane 2. Turned nice and even through this first 50, and is Georgia Hyde who leads ahead of Taylor McKenzie and Amelia Kennedy. So we're approaching that 75-metre turn, and it is between lane 0 and 3. Amelia Kennedy in lane 3 with Georgia Hyde in lane 0. And they are going to battle it out here in heat 7 with Bridie Walsh moving into third. So taking this heat out is Amelia Kennedy in a 103.63, 0.01 second ahead of Georgia Hyde, with Bridie Walsh in third. We're now moving on to our 8th and final heat of our girls' 14 years 100-metre freestyle. So we have 3 swimmers here in this 8th and final heat. Kira Shaw, Chelsea Bowe and Emily Grenlin. It is Chelsea who leads from PLC in this opening 50. And Chelsea's going to turn first in a 30.78. A nice strong opening 50 from Chelsea, with Kira Shaw staying on her hips. So these girls all had entry times between a 106.7 and a 107.1. So through that first 50, they've given themselves every chance to post a personal best. Chelsea continued to lead as we enter the final 12.5 metres. She started to extend her lead out to 3/4 of body length over Kira Shaw, and Chelsea does take this heat out in a 104.73 with Kira in second. Both of those girls swimming nice big PBs. So congratulations, girls. We had a number of our athletes in that 14-year-old girls who swam personal bests across all our 8 heats. And remember, it was going to take a 101 to make that final. We've now moved on to event 106, the girls' 13 years 200-metre breaststroke. So in lane 4 is Lily Kosh, who broke the Victorian age group record in the 100-metre breaststroke earlier in the meet. Let's see if she can challenge or how close she can get to Carleen Perch's fantastic Victorian record of the 3:32.02, set back in 2010 when she was representing Australia Green in the Trans-Tasman days. It's a meet that no longer happens, but that used to be a couple of Australian teams, Australia Green, Australia Gold, against a New Zealand team. So Lily leads through here in a 35.38, ahead of Annie Steele with Zoe Schneider in third. These three swimmers have swum in multiple events through this program and have posted some fantastic results. Also, who's had a big program, and currently in fourth, is Sienna Tui, and she's looking nice and long and relaxed in lane 5. We have just the 2 heats here in event 106. Lily's keeping that stroke nice and long in this opening 100s. Working on staying nice and tall as you stretch forward between each stroke. So Lily turns first here in a 1:16.24. Annie will just turn in second ahead of Zoe and Sienna. Those three are all within 0.4 of a second as we move into this third 50. Putting together a really good third 50 is Zoe Schneider, and she's moved ahead of both Sienna and Annie in this third 50. But out in front is Lily, still keeping that stroke long as she drives forward on each kick. A little bit long into that final turn, but staying nice and low and thrust through that turn. As Zoe touches in second, just ahead of Sienna, with Annie in fourth. So as we've just got 2 heats, so we look to try and place themselves in this top 4 to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room ahead of that second heat coming up behind. So Lily is going to comfortably take this heat out. This nice tight battle for second, with Sienna now moving into second ahead of Zoe Schneider in third and Annie Steele in fourth. As we come under the fast 5 metres for Lily, she's going to take this out in a time of 2:38.06, which is a nice 6-second PB. Sienna comes in second, with Zoe Schneider in third and Annie Steele in fourth. Those 4 athletes all under the 250 mark. And all 4 of them swimming personal bests. We now move along to heat 2. It's a nice and even start in this second heat, as now Salia White in lane 4 starts to pull clear of the rest of the field. So we'll be looking for to see how many swimmers can get under that 3-minute mark, because currently that's where 5th place is after the opening heat. So Salia White will lead through this first 50 by body length in a 36.77, ahead of Olivia Flight and Jayu Su in third. Salia keeping that stroke nice and long and really working that split stroke off the wall, coming up at about the 9-metre mark off that 75-metre turn. Moving into second now is Jayu Su, just ahead of Olivia Flight and Jacinta Guri. So Salia turns in a 1:18, 3.5 seconds clear of that nice tight battle for second between Olivia, Jayu and Jacinta. Again, looks like our opening 4 athletes have started to clear out from the rest of the field. We're currently in 5th place, Willow Field over in lane 1 from Loretto. Reminder, we just have the 2 heats in this girls' 13 years turn of breaststroke. So you want to finish in the top 4 of your heat to feel pretty assured of making this final. So Salia continues to lead. Olivia in second. Jacinta's now moved into third, ahead of Jayu in fourth. Jacinta's put together a really good second 100 in that nice tight battle for second, third and fourth. Salia will take this heat out as she makes her final turn at the 175 metre mark. And it's good to see she's still doing fantastic distance off those split strokes, coming up about the 8 metre mark off that final wall. Jacinta has started to consolidate second place with that nice tight battle for third between Olivia and Jayu. So Salia will take this out in a 2:48.65 ahead of Jacinta, with Olivia in third and Jayu in fourth. Ava Candy getting the touch in fifth in a time that was under the 3-minute mark. So it looks like she will qualify for tonight's final, with that second heat just being a little bit faster in terms of depth than that first heat. We're now returning to our 200 freestyles for event 108, the girls 17-18 years. We have 3 heats. In the water is heat 1. Isabella Boyd, as she has done from a number of events this weekend, leads through the opening 25 in lane 4, ahead of Claire Milligan and Alana Banks. So Isabella Boyd is our only athlete with an entry time under that magical 2-minute mark. Don't necessarily expect her to be on that time in this morning's heat session, but we'll see how many of our athletes can get close to joining her. So Isabella does lead through the first 75, ahead of Claire Milligan from Haileybury in lane 6, with Brianna Burgess and Alana Banks from Surrey Park battling for third, with Amelia in lane 2 from Yarra Plenty. So Isabella Boyd is well clear of the field through this first 100 and is putting it together a good swim, with Brianna now challenging for second as her and Claire go neck and neck. They've got about a half body length lead over Alana. So 1:29.7, she might be right on that 2-minute mark in this heat swim, as that battle for second, third and fourth is nice and tight, with Brianna currently in second, but making a move now is Alana Banks. So Isabella Boyd will take this opening heat out and has put together a fantastic swim. Alana Banks has moved into second, ahead of her teammate Brianna Burgess. Isabella Boyd proved me wrong and does take out this opening heat in a 1:59.29. So she went sub 2 minutes, with Brianna getting the touch for second, ahead of Alana, with Claire in fourth. So fantastic swim there with a PB from Isabella Boyd. She was nice and even through that. She didn't go out too fast, but she kept the pressure on, and a really strong last 50, swimming under the 30-second mark in that last 50. So we're missing a little bit of middle of the pool action here in Heat 2. But in lane 3, it is Nicole Briscoe who leads, ahead of Taylor down here in lane 7, or lane 8, sorry. Luana Daniels. So Luana trails Nicole, with Kayla in third and Taylor in fourth. So we just have the 4 athletes in this heat. So we had 5 athletes in the first heat at a 2:11.0 or faster. So that's probably going to give you a bit of an indication where some of these swimmers in this heat would like to swim to try and position themselves for tonight's final. So Nicole Briscoe swimming well and turning in a 101.65. Ahead of Luana and Kayla in third. So Nicole's doing a really good job keeping the pressure on in this third 50, keeping that kick nice and strong. So Nicole has moved out to a 8-metre lead as we approach the 150-metre turn. It's nice and tight between Luana and Kayla for that battle for second in this heat. It's all about posting your best time you can and hopefully doing enough to qualify for tonight's finals. Nicole looks nice and comfortable in this final 50. And she's going to post a time under the 2:10 barrier to put herself in a good lane for tonight's final. She comes in and touches at 2:07.90. And Kayla getting up for second, ahead of Luana and Taylor in fourth. So we now have 6 swimmers who have swam faster than a 2:11.0. So 6 swimmers have now swum faster than 2:11.0. As we have our middle 6 lanes in action, with Holly Neville getting the best of the starts in lane 3. And she's got a nice lead over this first 25. We know that Holly has good speed, posting 25.50 swim. And she looks like she's used that early speed and leads through this first 50 in a 28.4. Ahead of Ruby Knott and Chantel Underwood in third. Just ahead of Chloe Millard in fourth. So Holly continues to lead through the 125-metre turn. Moving into second, Ruby Knott just ahead of Chantel Underwood and Chloe Millard maintaining fourth. So Holly hasn't cleared out any further and turns first in a 1:00.49. With Chantel and Ruby tight for second. And they're starting to make a little bit of ground on Holly in this third 50. So Holly's got that body length lead as we approach the 150-metre turn, with Chantel and Ruby going stroke for stroke in second. So Holly leads through in a 1:32.79. With Ruby just ahead of Chantel, but Chantel getting the better of the turns. And Chloe comfortably in fourth. So Holly is going to take this one out, as she has led us from start to finish. She's maintained that body length lead that she established in that opening 50. So Holly is coming under the flags and is going to touch in a time of 2:04.28, ahead of Ruby. Chantel in third and Chloe in fourth. Those swimmers were all under the magical 2:10 mark, and it looks like they will all be swimming in tonight's final. As we had 6 swimmers at 2:11 or faster, and we've now added 4 swimmers who swam under the 2:10 in that final heat. So that 2:11 mark was what it took to qualify, as we've moved now on to event 110, the girls' 16 years 100-metre individual medley. So this is 4 25-metre sprints combined with good skills. So Alana Torrance leads ahead of Sienna Shepherd through this first 50. So Alana turns first, just ahead of Sienna, with Madeline Doyle in third. So Alana's probably the strongest of the breaststrokers in this field, but now moving up into second place is Molly Cargill. So Alana's extended her lead out to 2 body lengths at the conclusion of the breaststroke leg, with Molly in second and Maddie and Sienna turning dead heat for thirds. So Alana has this in control as she takes out this opening heat in a 1:04.51. Ahead of Molly, with Sienna touching in third, with Madeline in fourth. So our top 3 swimmers posting times under the 109. Not quite as fast as that opening heat. As we move now onto heat 3. Nice and even through the butterfly leg of heat 3 here. Strong underwaters from lane 6, Alexandra Southern, has moved her into the lead as Tallulah Rush swims a good backstroke leg, as well as Tamara in lane 3. Tamara turns first, ahead of Alexandra and Tallulah in third. We now move on to our breaststroke leg. Tamara looks like she's maintaining a lead, but now moving through the middle is Clara Seidel. So Tamara's going to lead through into the freestyle, just ahead of Clara, Alexandra and Tallulah. So a nice battle developing here into our freestyle. Tamara is maintaining her lead, but this side of the pool coming nice and strong, with Clara finishing the strongest, and Clara will take this heat out in a 1:08.40, ahead of Alexandra and Tamara in third. So some more 1:08s there. So it's definitely going to take a 1:08 to qualify for the final tonight. As we move on to heat 4. Getting a really good start down in lane 7, Annabelle Bamford. And also in lane 3, Hannah Morsey. So Hannah's leading through the backstroke leg and start to move out to about a half a body length lead over Annabelle as we move into our all-important backstroke to breaststroke turn. Hannah touches first, but Annabelle looked like she got the better of the turns out of those two, and they've come up nice and even as we move into our breaststroke leg. Our strong breaststroke is in the middle of the field. It's starting to make a move, with Celeste Ellis and Les Lever starting to challenge our early fifth leaders through the fly and back. Hannah Moses continues to hold on to that lead with a reduced margin, but a nice, strong freestyle leg has opened that gap out back to a body length. So Hannah is going to take this heat out. Celeste Ellis is closing fast, but runs out of room. Celeste touches in second behind Hannah, with Taylor down here in lane 8 in third. We now have heat 5 on the blocks. Really strong underwaters from Malia Mosley in lane 3. But touching first after the butterfly leg will be Taylor Price in lane 4 and Georgia Hardy in lane 1. Moving into our backstroke leg from a really good turn from Ella Wills. She's moved into a slight lead. And coming through strongly in lane 5 is Molly Griffith. So Ella and Molly lead through this 50-metre turn ahead of Georgia Turner. Now coming strong in our breaststroke leg is Talia Price in lane 4. And she's looking to reduce that gap that Molly Griffiths had opened up in the backstroke leg. Those two turn neck and neck into the freestyle leg with Molly just slightly ahead. Really bringing those legs nice and strong right from the start, Molly. And she's holding off a half body length lead ahead of Taylor, with Ella and Georgia battling for third. But Molly is going to take this heat out in a time of 2:12.72 ahead of Taylor, Ella in third and Georgia in fourth. Again, a number of those swimmers swimming big personal best times in that 5th heat. We now move along to heat 6. Okay, in lane 8, our leader is Morgan through the butterfly leg. Strong on the underwaters is Clara in lane 3 and Emma in lane 6. So Emma has now taken over the lead as we enter the backstroke to breaststroke turn. Just ahead of Morgan with Clara in third. Let's see who the strongest breaststrokers in this field are as they look to make their distance up. It is Anna Swanson in the middle of the pool. Anna Swanson is moving into the lead through this breaststroke leg, and she's going to touch even with Emma through that 75-metre turn. Emma getting the better of the turns and has re-extended her lead out to half a body length, becoming really strong down here is Morgan. After being the early leader, she's going to challenge for this heat win. And it will be Morgan who takes it out in a 1:14.08, just ahead of Emma and Clara, charging late for third. Again, a number of our swimmers there swimming PBs by well over a second. As we move on to our 7th and final heat of our girls' 16 years 100-metre individual medley. Just the 3 in this last heat, with Arabella in lane 3, Michaela in lane 4 and Charlotte in lane 5. It does look like Arabella is going to lead through this opening 25, ahead of Charlotte with Michaela in third. Really strong underwaters there from Arabella in lane 3, and she's extended her lead out to 3/4 body length ahead of Charlotte. Charlotte's now making ground during the swim portion of our backstroke, and they're going to touch together at the 50-metre mark. Charlotte just fractionally ahead of Arabella by 0.3 of a second. So Charlotte looks like she's extended that lead into the breaststroke leg and is now out to a body length lead ahead of Arabella, with Charlotte trying to make, with Michaela trying to make distance on Arabella in this breaststroke leg. So Charlotte will continue to lead, and Michaela has moved into second place in this breaststroke. Charlotte is a body length clear of a nice tight battle between Michaela and Arabella in this final 25. Really working on that strong kick, keeping their head down all the way into the wall, and Charlotte takes this out in a 1:15.37, ahead of Arabella and Michaela in third. We're now moving on to event 112, the girls' 15 years 100-metre individual medley. So staying on this event, which is 4 25-metre sprints executed with incredibly good skills. It can't be an either or, it has to be a both. Amelia Vulik and Andrea Tolentino will lead through this butterfly leg in the centre of the pool. Andrea really working those dolphins off the wall and coming up at the 12.5-metre mark ahead of Amelie. And is extended out to about a half body length lead as we approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn. She turns first in 30.12 ahead of Amelie, and in third place Greta Knapp over in lane 0. So Andrea keeping the pressure on in this breaststroke leg, but Amelie starting to pull back the distance that she lost in that backstroke leg, and they are going to turn equal as we move into our freestyle. Moving into third place, Tani Croynan in lane 3. So Amelie and Andrea neck and neck through this freestyle leg, but it will be Amelie taking out a 1:07.15, just ahead of Andrea, with Tani in third. So heat 2 is underway, and Sojin Huang and Amelia Blake set the early speed through this butterfly leg. Sojin will turn just ahead of Amelia. So Sojin has consolidated her lead in the backstroke. Amelia maintaining her second place, and Erica Shaw moving into third. Those three all come up together after the breaststroke split stroke. And Sojin just maintaining a half body length lead ahead of Erica and Amelia, but also swimming well down here in lane 7 is Scarlett. Scarlett has now moved into equal second place. Sojin will take this heat out and post a time of 1:07.98 ahead of Erica, with Amelia Blake getting the touch for third. Actually, Amelia and Scarlett both finished in a 1:09.90. So we do have a few dead heats now. We have 2 swimmers on a 1:09.09 and 2 swimmers on a 1:09.90. Will we have to have a swim off to see who can qualify for tonight's final as we're underway here in heat 3? Really strong underwaters here in the backstroke leg from Olivia Bailey, and she's now out to 3/4 of body length lead and is extended during the backstroke portion of the swim, ahead of Darby Wilkes and Jessica Wilson. So Olivia turns first, with Jessica in second and Darby in third. So now the breaststroke has come. So it's a 4-way battle, but Darby Wilkes is probably in the lead through the first part of this breaststroke leg, with Skylar Hay moving into second. So Darby will turn first, ahead of Skylar Hay. and Jessica Wilson in third. So Darby is going to take this heat out just ahead of Skylar. So touches in a 108.20. With Skylar second and Jessica third. With Tali Gant in fourth. I think our swimmers, and that was Scarlett and Amelia, who posted a time of 109.90, currently sitting in equal 9th position. So that means we've avoided the swim off so far, unless we have someone from these remaining 7 heats post a time faster than that. So through the backstroke leg, Stella Salamone leads. And she's going to lead all the way through the 50, ahead of Kate Morrison and Alana Atlas. So Stella continues to lead, but now the breaststroke is coming nice and strongly. Alana putting in a good breaststroke leg out in lane 1. Also swimming really well in our breaststroke in lane 7 is Bella French. So Stella Salamone still leads ahead of Alana, and coming strong over this side of the pool is Ava and Isabella. So Stella takes it down to 111.0 ahead of Alana and Ava in third. So currently our 109.90s are still safe. It will be tough for these girls from the remaining heats to post a time that is faster than that, as they'll be requiring to swim a 5-second PB or 5+ second PB. So Hannah Wagner leads through the butterfly leg here in heat 5 and has continued to keep the pressure on through the backstroke and has extended her lead out to 3/4 body length over Chloe Green down in lane 9 and Senna Donatus in lane 1. So Hannah continues to put together a good swim in this breaststroke leg, but now starting to make a move in lane 8 is Misha Guy. Misha has moved into second place and has narrowed the margin to Hannah in the lead as we approach the final 5 metres of breaststroke. Those two turn equal, with Misha getting the better of the turns, but now Hannah starting to respond. Also swimming well in lane 4 is Sophia Hogg. This time she's got others to race against, and she proves she's enjoying that, and she's going to come over the top and take this heat out. No, just Hannah taking the touch out in a 1:13.00, 0.03 ahead of Sophia, and Sienna getting third place. We now have heat 6 on the blocks. Nice even start across the field in heat 6. It's really important to land on a full stroke to carry as much momentum and speed through that turn as you can. Again, still nice and even through the opening 10 metres of our backstroke leg. Now starting to move ahead, Nikki Rapapara in lane 3. And Nikki is going to turn first at the 50-metre mark in a 32.42, ahead of Sophia Poe in lane 1 and Scarlett in lane 0. So it's that side of the pool that has the early lead. And we'll see who can move through in this breaststroke leg. It's this leg that you do spend the longest doing, so you can make the most advantage And it is Scarlett over in lane 0 who will touch first, just ahead of Sophia on her inside as we move into the freestyle leg. So Scarlett is maintaining that lead that she established in that breaststroke and is going to take heat 6 out in a time of 2:12.66, ahead of Sophia and Georgina in thirds. Heat 7 now underway. Staying under the longest in lane 3, Abigail, making the most of that 15 metres you're allowed to go underwater. But really even as we approach this butterfly turn. Touching the wall first was probably Jolene Lim in lane 8. But again, nice and even across the field, with anyone in with a chance as we approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn. So Abigail does turn first, ahead of Aaliyah Ord, and the battle for third is really between the rest of the field. So they're nice and even in this breaststroke leg, with Aaliyah Ord starting to use her strength of breaststroke, and has got out to half a body length lead across the rest of the field. Also swimming really well in the breaststroke leg and lane 0, Jerry Sullivan. So Aaliyah's comfortably in front of the field, but it's anyone's game for second, and coming really strong from Ivanhoe Aquapower in lane 6 is Emily Stevens. Aaliyah takes it down at 1:13.95, ahead of Emily, with Jolene Lim in lane 8 in third. So a really good swim from Aaliyah, taking about 2 seconds off her entry time. As we now move along to heat 8. I think the proof of how much everyone likes 100-metre individual medley is in how many entrants we had in this. We're on the 8th of 10 heats. As down here in lane 7 and 8, Grace and Alexandra lead through the butterfly leg, with Alexandra getting the better of the turns in lane 8 to lead through, but also swimming really well over in lane 0 is Olivia Gills. So Olivia will probably turn second. No, she does turn first ahead of Alexandra, with Charlotte taking over third place. So in the middle of the pool, it looks like we have our strong breaststrokers, with Sienna making a big move in this breaststroke leg, trying to make some ground on Charlotte Matthews, who's now our leader. As we turn breaststroke into freestyle, it's going to be a 4-way battle for the lead between Sienna, Demi, Charlotte and Olivia. Charlotte is brought back to the lead, and she's going to take this 8th heat out as we come underneath the flags in a time of 1:16.36, ahead of Sienna, and Olivia getting the touch for third. Again, another great race with our 7 athletes within a second of each other. As we move along to heat number 9. Starting really well is Jemima Faye in lane 6 and Sienna Atkin in lane 8. Also swimming well the butterfly leg is Stephanie Booker in lane 3. Stephanie just got the touch at the end of that butterfly leg and has got a little bit of a lead after the underwater phase of the backstroke. Stephanie's probably extended her lead out to a half body length over the field as we approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn. She touches first in 33.52, ahead of Dana and Gemma in third. Good turn from that backstroke to breaststroke, and Stephanie has maintained her lead, but now coming through nice and strongly in this breaststroke is Freya in lane 4. So Freya looks like she's going to take over the lead on that last stroke into the wall from breaststroke to freestyle. Those two turn nice and even with Freya just ahead of Stephanie, and a really strong turn has Freya extend her lead just over Stephanie, but now coming strong over the last 10 metres. Stephanie's moved back into the lead and is going to take heat 9 out in a time of 1:15.32 ahead of Freya, with Alyssa getting the touch for third. All those athletes had an entry time of the 1:18s. As you can see, a number of them swam a much faster time than a 1:18, so we had a number of PBs there in our 9th heat as we move on to our 10th and final heat in our women's 15 years 100-metre individual medley. Leilani getting the best of the starts in lane 5, ahead of Abigail, and with Sienna in third. Through the butterfly, it maintains that. Leilani in front, Abigail in second, and Sienna in third. Abigail stayed under longest in the backstroke leg and has now moved up alongside Leilani and just ahead as we approach the final 5 metres of our backstroke leg. So it will be Abigail Bracken from Furbank who leads through the 50-metre turn, ahead of Leilani from CGGS Aquatic and Sienna from Warragul. Now we're all even again in this breaststroke leg, with Leilani moving back out in front and Sienna moving into second place. So moving to the final 5 metres of breaststroke, all 3 girls neck and neck as we go into the touch, with Leilani just ahead and coming up an arm stroke ahead of both Sienna and Abigail. It's a nice and tight fight with Sienna swimming the fastest freestyle leg in the middle, but looks like Abby might just get the touch. No. We've got Leilani getting the touch in 1:18.69, with Sienna and Abigail touching the wall equal seconds. All 3 of those girls in our 10th and final heat posting personal bests. As we move now on to event 114, the girls 14 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 6 heats listed. Behind the blocks is heat 1. We're just making some final adjustments to our backstroke ledges before we get underway here, with our technical officials helping our volunteer timekeepers. So we thank those timekeepers and technical officials. Without these meets, without their help, we could never run these meets. Some of our timekeepers aren't as experienced, and maybe this is the first time they've had to encounter a backstroke ledge, which is a little bit of familiarity required to be able to use it. With our technical officials nice and experienced, and we'll make sure that they're all set up fairly for our athletes. These backstroke ledges have 5 settings you can choose from, which is up to you. The 5 settings are 4 centimetres above the water, 2 centimetres above the water level, at water level, 2 centimetres below the water level, or 4 centimetres below the water level. Similar to the kickers on the block, which have 5 different settings you can set based upon your height. The backstroke ledges aren't necessarily set based on height. It depends what you're comfortable with and how high you like to pull yourself out of the water. So Brooke Briscoe leads through this opening 50. Also swimming well in lane 6 is Tiffany Lamb. And those two are going to lead through this first 50, with Brooke turning slightly ahead in 32.95, Tiffany in second, and Charlize Sticklebrook in third. Also putting together an good opening 50 is Kira Shaw in lane 7 and Sienna Barkey in lane 5. So Brooke continues to lead as we enter our final 10 metres, just ahead of Tiffany, with a nice tight battle for third as we swim under the flags. So Brooke takes it out in a 1:07.94, Ahead of Tiffany, with Kira in third and Sienna in fourth. So staying under longest in lane 5 was Michaela Larkin, and she does pop up in the lead as we now approach the 25-metre turn, and Michaela does lead through the 25 turn. Ahead of Emily Tulloch. Those two are just ahead of the really tight battle for third between lane 6 to 9 and also lane 2. So Michaela turns first in 32.45 ahead of Emily, with Sarah Pavilli in third. Michaela's doing a really good job of keeping that tempo nice and high as Emily stays on her hips, as those two are now 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. So we enter our final 15 metres. Michaela's moving out to a body length lead over Emily in heat 2 as we come under the flags. And Michaela takes it down at 106.57 ahead of Emily and Sarah in third. So we're now moving along to heat 3 of our girls' 14 years 100-metre backstroke. So nice even start here in heat 3. It's now starting to move through into the lead. Bella Murchie in lane 5 and Sion Kinzet in lane 4. Those two turn first and have extended their lead over the rest of the field in this second 25. Bella continues to lead just ahead of Sion, with Alicia Clark now in third. So those three lead through, with Sophia Lyons in fourth and Judy Hussain in fifth. So Bella Murchie just continues to slightly extend her lead in this third 25 over Sion Kinzet as they enter the last 25, with Alicia maintaining third place. So Bella still has that arm stroke advantage, as now Sion comes strongly and looks like she's going to touch first in heat 3 and take it out in a time of 108.02. Ahead of Bella, with Alicia in third and Sophia in fourth. So far, looks like you've had to post a time of 110 mid to make that final. So 110 mid to low looks like what it was required to make the final, with still 3 more heats to go. So we've moved from our seeded heats to our non-seeded heats. The athletes in our 4th heat here who are in the water all have entry times in the 1:14 range. So we'll see how many of them can post a personal best. So Amelia Kennedy in lane 4 and Victoria McKenzie in lane 2 are our leaders through this first 45 metres as we head into the 50-metre turn. And it is Amelia Kennedy who will turn first in a 34.37, ahead of Victoria McKenzie and Zara Paul in third. So Amelia and Victoria have that half a body length lead over Zara, and Zara's having a good battle with Abby Kurzworth in lane 6. Amelia has started to extend her lead, and she now leads from a body length over Victoria McKenzie. So Amelia will take this fourth heat out and comes into touch in a 1:11.46, ahead of Victoria with Zara in third. So as I mentioned before, we had entry times of a 1:14 in that heat. So a number of our swimmers have swum 2-3 second PBs. As we move along now to heat 5. So in lane 5, getting the best of the starts, Isabella Osborne. She's on her third swim of the morning after starting with a tough 400 IM. It's good to see her continuing to back up into her other races as well. Also swimming well out there in lane 0, Mashara Walsh. And in lane 2, Annika Lim. Now starting to come through, Layla McCarthy in lane 4. And Layla's going to turn even with Isabella Osborne, with Mashara in lane 0, maintaining third place just ahead of Anita Webber. So Isabella Osborne's putting together a good strong third 25 to re-extend her lead as we approach that final turn, ahead of Layla McCarthy. Moving into third now is Anita Webber as we swim into the final 5 metres. Isabella Osborne is going to take heat 5 out in a time of 1:13.94, ahead of Layla McKenzie, Anita in third, and Mia Hoskins in fourth. So our 6th and final heat in the water here of our 14-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. We just need to make sure that the ledge is in place in lane 4. Nice even start here in heat 6 with Alyssa Wang in lane 8, the fastest of the starters, and on the other side Lillian Staggard. So our 2 outside lanes for this race, lane 1 and 8, out to the early lead, closely followed by Samantha Roche in lane 2, and now moving through in the middle of the pool is Grace Richards. So Grace Richards will turn first at the 50, ahead of Alyssa Wang and Lillian Staggard. So spread right across the field here. Our entry times were between a 1:15.8 and a 1:16.4. So be looking to see how many girls in the 6th and final heat can post a personal best time. Alyssa Wang has now re-established her lead in this second 50 and looks like she's going to take this 6th and final heat out as she comes under the flags. and touches the wall in a time of 1:13.51, just ahead of Lillian Staggard and Grace Richards in third. So again, a number of swimmers there, big personal best times. We're now going to move along to event 116, the girls 13 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 9 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. No room for errors in our 50 freestyle, working strong underwaters. Good breakout. Carrying that speed into your turn, good off the wall in your turn. Work that second breakout, and then strong through to the finish. Annie Steele in lane 4 leads just ahead of Lana Duff after the opening 25. Those two do appear to just be just a little bit ahead of the rest of the field as Annie touches in 27.31. With Alana second and Elizabeth Mack third. We now move along to heat 2. Lily Kosh in lane 4, getting the best of the starts. Also swimming well early in lane 5 is Grace Cox. And in lane 7, Jacinta Guri. So Lily is in the lead here and will take heat 2 out, but coming strong over in lane 2 is Ava Candy. Lily takes it out in 28.30, ahead of Ava. And Jacinta Guri in third. We're now moving along to heat 3. In lane 6, Ji-Yu Su getting the best of the starts. But now moving through in the middle of the pool is Sophie Jacker in lane 4 and Allegra Gattino in lane 5. Also swimming well in lane 3 is Rihanna Chen. Sophie's now put out a lead of half a body length as she's going to come into touch and take this heat out in a 27.57 ahead of Rihanna, with Allegra in third. We're now moving on to heat 4. Strong start here in lane 7, 8 and 9 from Stephanie Emerson and Leah. They look to be the leaders. It is definitely this side of the pool that is going to take heat 4 out. And is now Stephanie has pulled out well clear and touches this heat out takes this heat out in a 28.95. Have Lily Jones and Emerson Hoggard. So now on the blocks is heat 5. So the early leader here in lane 6, Isabel Jarvis. Here in heat 5, Isabel leads through the first 25. Also swimming well on the other side of the pool is Matilda Barber. And coming through strong in lane 1 is Lucy DeVale. It does look like the Matilda Barber is going to take this heat out in 29.71. ahead of Lucinda in second and Isabel in third. So underway here in Heat 6, getting the best of the starts. Celeste Cheng in lane 5, and she will lead through this opening 25, pulling out a good lead on the rest of the field of 3/4 of body length. So Celeste does look like she's got this heat in control. In second place is Ruby over in lane 0, having a nice battle with Indiana in lane 7. But it is Celeste who takes it down to 28.82, ahead of Indiana and Ruby. On the blocks is Heat 7. Getting the best of the starts in lane 6 is Angelita. And she will lead through this opening 25. Also swimming well out here in lane 8 is Eleanor Justin. And in lane 3, Yan Lee. But Angelita is going to take this heat out from start to finish in a time of 30.00, ahead of Yan and Ella in third. So close, Angelita, to breaking that magical 30-second barrier for the first time. I'm sure next time she will get there. We are underway now in Heat 8 with Catherine Mahani in lane 9, putting in a good start. And in lane 3 now moving into the Angelina. So Angelina looks like she's got this heat under control as we approach the final 7 metres. She comes into touch in a time of 30.54, just ahead of Catherine, and in lane 3rd, Nile. Sorry, in 3rd place, Nile, who is swimming in lane 7. As we move on to our 9th and final heat of our girls' 13 years 50-metre freestyle. Unfortunately, another false start there. As we are now underway here in Heat 9. Emma in lane 4, getting a fantastic start, but also swimming really well in this opening 25 is Cindy down here in lane 7. Those two will turn first, with Emma fractionally ahead and really working those strong underwater dolphins through that first 7 metres off the wall. So Emma continues to lead here in this 9th and final heat, and will take this final heat out in a time of 30.52, ahead of Mia, with Cindy in 3rd. We're now moving on to event 118, our mixed 18 and under 100-metre freestyle multi-class event. We have 2 heats. A reminder that this event is a timed final. And once again, it's not necessarily the first swimmer that touches the wall that is the winner. All swimmers are competing against their individual classification time. at the end of the race, their times get converted into a point score before we determine the final results. So Evie Lee from Geelong, it's swimming in lane 4, opens up to a nice early lead through this first 25. So Evie Lee continues to lead and has moved out to about a 10-metre lead on this opening 50, with Kira Warwick in second and Molly Griffith in third. So once again, these swimmers are competing against their different individual classification times. So they'll all have a classification which is assessed based on both their physical capabilities. So the more physically able they are, so the less of an impairment they have, as a general rule, is the higher number of their classification. You can find out more about the classification system on the Swimming Victoria website. So Evie does take this opening heat out in terms of who was first to the wall in a 1:28.38, which was a second PB over her entry time, so congratulations Evie on that PB. Kira now comes to touch the wall, and she's improved her entry time by 3 seconds, as Molly now comes into the wall looking to improve her 1:55 entry time, and she's done just that with 1:54.78. So all three swimmers in our opening heat of our mixed 18 and under 100 metre freestyle multi-class event have posted personal best times. So we're now moving along to heat 2. So we have swimmers in this second heat ranging from 12 all the way through to 18 years. Leading through the first 25 is James Logan. Him and Abby have had some great battles this weekend, as Abby's now taken over the lead through the 50, just ahead of James, with Andrew turning in third, Hamish in fourth. So once again, these swimmers are competing against their individual classification times and getting that time converted into a point score to work out our overall results. We'll find those results out soon, as we should be doing a medal ceremony shortly after this event, I believe. So James is going to touch first at the 100 and take the heat win out in a 1:06.99, which was faster than his entry time. Touching ahead of Abby, with Hamish in third, Andrew in fourth, Lockie fifth. Coming into touch now in lane 8 was Olivia in 8th place, and Cooper in lane 0 for 9th place into the wall. If you look at those entry times, again, a number of those swimmers swam faster than their entry time. So it was good to see from both heats a lot of our swimmers setting personal best times. We're now moving on to event 119, the girls 17, 18 years, 100 metre individual medley. We have 5 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. Another event that's very popular. Getting 5 heats in our 17, 18-year-old age group is always fantastic to see. Who wouldn't want to do 100-metre IM? And Isabella Boyd is going to lead through this first 25. They have Eloise Willis and Chantel Underwood. Also having a good butterfly leg was Abby J. Warner out in lane 0. And now swimming well in this backstroke, Charlie's Boomer. But Abby just continues to lead, turns into 28.58, ahead of Eloise and Chantel in third. So Abby's out to a 2-length lead in this breaststroke leg, keeping that tempo nice and high, really driving forward on every stroke as she turns into her freestyle leg now. With a nice tight battle for second in this heat between Eloise, Chantel and Charlize. Abby is going to take this heat out in a 1:02.22, with Eloise getting the touch for second, just ahead of Chantel and Charlize. We're now moving on to heat 2. Charlie Millard's going to pop up in front after the underwater portion of the butterfly leg and is now about a half a length clear of the field as she concludes her butterfly and moves on to the backstroke. She's really working those nice strong underwaters and coming up at the 12.5 metre mark as our body length clear of Amelia and down here in lane 6 Jess. So lane 9 Jess, sorry. So Charlie does lead ahead of Amelia and Kiara in third. So Charlie, being a strong breaststroker, will look to continue to extend this lead in the breaststroke leg ahead of Amelia and Kiara Walsh swimming well in lane 2. So Charlie turns first into the freestyle leg ahead of Amelia, with Kiara maintaining that third place. So Charlie comes underneath the flags and takes heat 2 out in a nice time of 1:02.92, ahead of Amelia and Kiara just getting the touch for third. So far through the opening 2 heats, we've had 6 times of 107 or faster. So 6 times of 107 or faster. That sort of gives an indication of where you might need to be around to put yourself in a chance to make tonight's final. So Paris Burlock leads after the underwater portion of the butterfly and has extended that lead through the butterfly leg and will touch first ahead of Nicole Briscoe. Paris continues to work her underwaters, coming up at the 12 metre mark of the backstroke leg and is out to a body length lead over Nicole with a nice tight battle between the rest of the field for third. So Paris turns in 29.52 ahead of Nicole and currently in third, Tara Barnwell in lane 2. Also swimming well is Michaela down here in lane 9. She touched fourth, just ahead of Zoe and Anna on her inside. So Paris continues to lead as we conclude the breaststroke leg and move into our freestyle leg. And she has a 2 body length lead over Nicole, with Tara consolidating third place. So Paris is going to take this third heat out as she comes into touch in a time of 1:05.11. Ahead of Nicole, with Tara in third. On the blocks now is heat 4. Nice even start across the butterfly leg here in heat 4. As we've now concluded our butterfly and moved on to our backstroke. It's always nice and fast and sharp, this 100 IM. No chance for errors. Really important that you're executing fantastic skills at high speed. Shana McClure has now moved into the lead through this backstroke leg, and she touches first ahead of Ella with Caitlin in third. So Shana maintains her lead, but now starting to make a little bit of a move is Jessica Kozotchik in lane 7 and Ella Louis Waring in lane 4. So Shana continues to lead into the freestyle leg. And as a body length clear of Ella in second, and now moving into third is Caitlin O'Keefe, having a nice battle with Jessica Kozotchik. So Shana takes down a 1:11.68 ahead of Ella, with Caitlin in third and Hayley in fourth. So we're now underway in our fifth and final heat of our girls 17-18 100-metre individual medley. And in lane 5, Molly is out to a blistering start as she leads ahead of Mimi in lane 3 after the butterfly leg. So using her strength in the butterfly, she's maintaining that lead, but Mimi is trying to make some ground on it. And the battle for third between Ebony, Michaela, Madison, Grace and Anna is nice and tight. So it is Molly who leads ahead of Mimi, and in third place is Ebony over in lane 1. Coming through strongly at the start of the breaststroke leg. In lane 4 is Lily. And Lily looks like she's now starting to challenge Molly for the lead in this heat as we approach the end of the breaststroke leg. Lily has moved just ahead of Molly, with Michaela in third and Mimi in fourth. So nice strong finish required to get your hand on the wall here in this last heat of our 17-18 100 IM. Lily's fighting nice and hard and is going to hang on to that lead and touch first in a 1:13.93 ahead of Molly, with Michaela in third. Okay, nice to see a number of those 17-year-olds in that heat swimming personal best. We're now moving on to event 123, the girls' 15 years 200-metre butterfly. We have 2 heats. In the water is heat 1. It does look like we have 11 athletes in total who are competing in this 200 butterfly for our 15-year-old girls. We have the 5 in this heat, and it looks like we have 6 lining up behind the blocks, if I counted correctly. So it will be a battle to make sure you make the final tonight, with Sojin putting herself in a good position, leading through the first 50 in a 31.90. Sojin does a really good job at maintaining that tempo through her races. And she's looking nice and smooth and relaxed here, and keeping that tempo going, keeping those hips up nice and high as we move through the 75-metre turn. Hannah Chen and Olivia Bartlett are stroking, going head for head for second and third place, with Hannah Chen just moving slightly ahead as we turn through the 100. So Sojin's maintaining that 2-second lead as we continue this 200 butterfly into the all-important third 50. Really important that we're keeping those hips and feet up nice and high as we start to get tired in the second half of the 200 fly. Sojin's doing a really good job of keep maintaining that tempo, and as you can see, her hips and feet are staying up nice and high in the water. Hannah is not letting you get any further ahead during this third 50. So Sojin will lead ahead of Hannah, and Olivia in third. with Alana in 4th in this heat and Jolene in 5th. So approach into the final 50. All about maintaining that nice strong rhythm and keeping that tempo going. Can't use the walls as a rest. You need to really work through them nice and fast because you can make up a lot of time because you've got a lot of turns in 200s and you want to be in and out. If you make up 0.2 of a second on every turn, you're making over a second for that race. Sojin does take this heat out in 2:24.30, ahead of Hannah with Olivia in 3rd. Alana coming to touch in 4th. And Jolene in 5th. So we have 6 athletes in the water for this heat to make our total of 11 athletes. So these athletes will be looking to swim faster than a 2:41.70 to qualify for tonight's final. Giselle Davey out nice and strong through this opening 50, head of Sky and Greta on either side of her. So Giselle turns first in a 30.80, with Sky in 2nd and Greta in 3rd. So Giselle is doing a really good job at keeping that tempo going, keeping her hips up as she approaches the 75-metre turn. She's still working off the wall nicely, not trying to go too far and put herself into oxygen jet, but getting out to that 6-metre mark off the wall. So as we approach the 100-metre turn, Giselle leads through in a 1:06.68. Sky still in 2nd, ahead of Greta in 3rd, Stella in 4th, Sarah in 5th, and Hannah in 6th. So remember, really in this, what we're focusing on is seeing who can be our top 10 qualifiers. So the time that these girls need to beat to move into the top 10, regardless of where they finish in this heat, is a 2:41.70. So Giselle's keeping the pressure on in this third 50. Tempo's slowed down a little from what it was at the start, but she does hit this 150-metre turn on a nice full stroke. That's able to enable that pressure and tempo to be maintained. And she did a nice turn there, getting out to the 7-metre mark. Sky continues to hold down second ahead of Greta, with Stella not going away in 4th. So Giselle is through her final turn and will comfortably take this second heat out. A nice tight battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in this heat, with Sky still leading that battle. So Giselle takes this out in a 2:21.76. And it's a 3-way battle for 2nd between Sky, Greta and Stella. They're going stroke for stroke under the flag. Stella's finishing the strongest and does get the touch ahead of Greta, with Sky in 4th, Sarah in 5th, and Hannah in 6th. I can't believe it. Hannah misses out on the final by 0.01 of a second. 0.01 of a second. We were nearly going into a swim-off situation there. So some fantastic swims. Hannah did swim a PB, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. Missed out by 0.01 of a second. As we now move on to event 125, the girls 14 years, 200-metre breaststroke. We have 2 heats. In the water is heat 1, and out to the early lead is Romy Hurd. Romy Hurd has extended her lead through this opening 50 and will turn first in a 35.77. This is another record that was set by Carleen Percher back in 2011 at the time of 2:28.58. She holds both the Victorian age record at that time and the Victorian all-comers record, which is the fastest time swum in Victoria at a 2:29.79. Romy is out to a 7-metre lead here through the 75-metre portion of this race, with Tamara in second. So Tamari in second. And moving into third place, over in lane 1, Julia Stipkovic. So Romy turned through the first 100 and 1:17. Tsunami is in second. Julia maintaining that third place. And starting to look really good now in fourth is Zoe McKenna. So again, we've just got the 2 heats here of our turn of breaststroke. So athletes will be looking to try and place themselves in the top 4, because then they'll feel a little bit safer before the next heat jumps into the water. So Romy continues to lead. Ahead of Tanami. With Julia in third and Zoe McKenna in fourth. So Romy has got this heat under control. As you can see, she's out to a 15-metre lead as we approach the final 10 metres of her swim. And she's going to comfortably take out this opening heat. And comes into touch in a time of 2:41.83. And now the battle for the minor places. Tanami is going to touch in second. And a 2:54.42. Ahead of Julie in third. 2:57.32. Also under the 3 minutes is Zoe in fourth. So now behind the blocks, we have heat 2. So these swimmers will be looking to finish under the 3-minute mark and in that top 4 place, so as to be feeling confident of making tonight's final. Alicia Hanley and Rani Matheson were the best of the underwaters, and now Rani has moved clear by half a body length over Alicia and Kate. So it's important in the opening stages of the turn of breaststroke to keep it nice and long, but powerful. So Rani does lead through in a 36.92 ahead of Kate, with Alicia in third. So Rani just continues to slightly extend her lead as we move through this turn of breaststroke, with Kate now a body length and a half behind her, as Kate is now herself a body length and a half clear of Alicia in third. So as we move through to the 100-metre turn, Rani will turn first in a 1:18.66 ahead of Kate, Alicia in third, and then a tight battle for fourth between Michaela in lane 3, Gemma in lane 7, and Kate in lane 8. And they're only a body length clear of Rose in lane 2, who's a further half body length ahead of Grace and Olivia in lane 0 and 1. So nice battles for our minor positions in this heat, as Rani is comfortably out in front and Kate just sitting a body length and a half behind, as she has for the last 50 metres. Those two are now 2.5 body lengths clear of Alicia in third, with Alicia having a body length lead over that tight battle for fourth. So Rani turns first at the 150 ahead of Kate. Alicia turns third, and now moving into fourth place is Michaela Larkin. So the distance between our top two has not changed over this last 100 metres as Rani continues to lead by that body length and a half over Kate as we go through that final turn. Alicia is holding on to third, but starting to make a late move is Michaela Larkin, and will look to challenge her in this final 25. As we come down under the flags here for our leader, and Rani is going to take this out in a 2:45.69. Ahead of Kate in a 2:49.20. Michaela has moved into third and will take third out in a 2:56.29. Ahead of Alicia, with Rose in fifth. And Kate Golby also getting under that 3-minute mark. And it does look like that's what took. So Kate Golby from Cheltenham does look like she's snuck through in 10th position after our girls' 14 years 200 breaststroke heats. We're now moving on to event 127, the girls' 13 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 5 heats listed. Behind the blocks is heat 1. We're just making a few adjustments to our backstroke ledgers. Okay, we look all set to go now in heat 1 of our 13 years 100-metre backstroke. Jessie Steinem in lane 4, coming up, stroking nice and fast, and has already opened up a half body length lead over the rest of the field and extended that out to a body length through that first turn. Ahead of Grace Cox and Zoe Schneider on both sides. Really nice fast tempo here from Jessie. 100 backstroke short course is a really aggressive event, and you need to attack it. She turns first here in a 31.18, ahead of Zoe, with Grace in third. So Jessie's now moved out to 2.5 body length lead through this 75-metre turn, with Zoe in second and Grace in third, with Olivia Mitchell currently sitting in fourth. A fantastic swim here by Jessie. Is going to challenge her personal best entry time of 105.2. She touches first in 105.50. Ahead of Grace, with Zoe Schneider in third. Okay, we're just continuing to make a few backstroke legs adjustments before we move on to this second heat. So we're just having a couple of technical issues with the ledge in lane 2. Why we've got a slight pause here. We now look like we are set to go. So look at the different start positions these athletes will get into. Different levels of how high they like to pull themselves out of the water, how close they like to get to the blocks, what their hip position is. In lane 4, Lily Koch gets off to a strong start, as well as in lane 7, Millie Dott. Lily's got about a 3/4 body length lead over Annie Steele and Millie Dodd through that first 25. Lily has now moved out to body length clear, with Annie just ahead of Millie in that battle for second. So Lily turned through the first 50 in a 31.23. With Annie in second, Millie in third, and swimming well over in lane 1, Isabel. So Lily continues to extend her lead out to 2 body length now over Annie Steele, who's half a body length of Millie Dodd. Millie Dodd has to be one of our improvers of the meet here. I reckon she probably is personal best in every one of her swims so far. Taking this heat out will be Lily, and she comes under the wall and touches in a 105.31, ahead of Annie in second and Millie in third. So Millie took a lazy 4 seconds off her personal best there. I'd be interested to see how much time Millie has taken off between all her races this meet. I reckon the total will probably over a minute by this stage. She's put together some fantastic swims, often in some outside lanes. Moved herself into contention to qualify for some finals, and then swimming really well in those finals. So we now move along to heat 3. Alana McDuff and Jacinta Guri staying under the water the longest in the middle of the pool, and they do come up in the lead in lane 4 and 5 as they turn through the opening 25. Within third place, Perry in lane 8, having a nice battle with Misha in lane 6. Misha Nicholson has moved into that outright third place behind Alana and Jacinta, as those three turn 1, 2, 3, with Perry now in fourth place. Alana's looking really relaxed through this third 25. and has extended her lead over Jacinta to a body length and a half as we approach the 75-metre turn. She's done a good job off her wall to get out to the 7-metre mark, a little bit further than Jacinta was able to manage off that final turn. So maintaining that lead as she comes under the flags, and will take this third heat out in a time of 1:07.51. Ahead of Jacinta and Misha in third. So 10th place is currently sitting at a 1:11.55 as we move on to our fourth heat. So 1:11.55 is where 10th place is sitting. These girls will have to swim big PBs to challenge that, as they all have entry times between 1:16 and 1:17. Angelita, as she did in her earlier race, getting off to a good start, and she's going to lead through this first 25 with Rihanna Chen over in lane 0. So those two are about a body length clear of the rest of the field as we approach the 50-metre turn. So Angelita will just turn first, ahead of Rihanna and Ella Irvine in third. So those two out in front, maintaining their body length lead over Ella and Emerson in third and fourth. Those two again, still dead heat for first between Rihanna and Angelita as we enter the final 25. Angelita got the better of the turns, is now extended out to 3/4 of body length lead, but now Rihanna is starting to try and make a bit of a challenge in this last 25. But it will be Angelita who will take this heat out in a 1:13.54, ahead of Rihanna with Emerson in third. We're now moving along to our fifth and final heat of event 127, our girls 13 years, 100-metre backstroke. Alicia Turnbull over in lane 2, getting a fantastic start in this final heat, and she will lead through the first 25 ahead of Claire Matheson in lane 5 and Katie Yuang in lane 7. Now it's not tightened up, and moving through in the middle is Matilda Barber, and she's going to challenge Katie for the lead at the 50-metre turn. So Matilda leads from Katie with Claire in third. Nice even race in this fifth and final heat. All of them had entry times in a 1:17. So we'll see how many of our athletes can swim a personal best. Matilda has started to extend her lead and is out to 3/4 of body length through that final turn, ahead of Katie, and in third place, Claire Matheson, just ahead of her Ballarat Gold teammate in lane 6, Isabel Jarvis. So Matilda will take this last heat out and comes into touch in a time of 1:15.67, ahead of Katie with Claire in third and Isabel in fourth. Those opening 4 were all faster than that time. So congratulations to our 13-year-old girls 100-metre backstrokers as we now move along to event 131, the girls 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. Madeline Horvath has really done a good split stroke and has now continued to carry that speed and leads through this first 25 by a body length. Madeline is our fastest qualifier into this state championship meet, the 1:10.52. Well clear of the others, so we'll see what time she can post in this heat. She's nice and fast through the turn, 33.51, with Darcy Lou Kerchevel in second and Lucy Roberts in third. Madeline's doing a really fantastic job of keeping that tempo nice and high and really driving forward on each stroke. It's really important to finish on a full stroke for each lap to keep the momentum going in and out of your turn, which she's done a really good job on that final turn. And she leads ahead of Darcy, with Lucy still holding down third. So Madeline Horvath will take out this opening heat in a time of 1:11.03, ahead of Darcy. With nice and tight for third, with Lucy just getting the touch. We're now moving on to heat 2. Alana Torrance in lane 4 is our early leader, but also swimming well, Tamara over in lane 2. And Emily Price in lane 5. So Lana's now out to body length clear of a tight battle for second between Emily Price and Stephanie O'Donnell. Also joining that battle for second is Tallulah Rush in lane 7. Alana does lead through in a 34.41. With Emily Price in second. A nice tight battle for third between Zara, Stephanie, as we enter that final 25. Alana is well clear of the field. She looks like to consolidate her lead over Emily. And moving into third place now is Zara, just ahead of Stephanie. Taking this heat out in time of 1:13.81 is Alana, with Emily in second. Zara in third. So we have 6 swimmers faster than a 1:18.3 as we enter our third of our seeded heats. Getting out nice and fast over in lane 1, Madeline Pearce. But now starting to move through in lane 4, Dakota Mathers. But putting together a fantastic 50 is Jessica Proudlock down here in lane 8. And Jess Proudlock will turn first in a 35.18, ahead of Dakota, with Madeline Pearce in third. So Jess Proudlock has extended her lead out to 3/4 of body length at the 75-metre turn, with Dakota in second. Madeline is now being joined in the battle for third place by Lila McNamara. Jess has led after this opening 25 and has continued to lead through this 75-metre mark and into the finish, and will take this heat out in a 1:16.00 ahead of Dakota and Lila in third. Madeline Pearce in fourth may just have done just enough to sneak into that final. We still have this fourth heat to swim, and we'll see how many of our swimmers here can swim a personal best time. So Alexandra Skinner leads through this opening 50 here, as she does touch first at the 50-metre mark in a 38.75, ahead of Amy, with Georgia in third. Nice close battle between all our athletes here. They're all still within 3/4 of body length of each other in our fourth and final heat. Now making a move is Amy, and Amy looks like she's going to touch first, just ahead of Holly Winkles in lane 2. Off the split stroke, Holly comes up in front now, with Alexandra Skinner trying to make a move back into contention here. Coming through nice and strong in lane 4 is Emily Woodhouse. Emily's the strongest of the finishers and is going to get the touch. No, Holly Winkles holds on in a 1:22.73, 0.02 ahead of Emma, with Amy in third. Behind the blocks, we now have event 133. The girls 15 years, 200-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats listed. So Riley Cardo leads here in Heat 1 through the 150. With Ava Richardson in second. A nice tight battle between Sienna Matherston and Amelia Blake for third. So Riley is going to take this opening heat out in time of 2:40.99. With Ava in second. And Sienna getting the touch for thirds. So that was not a false start. That was, it does look like, as I'm sitting near the starter, does look like that seemed to be a technical malfunction rather than a false start. So resetting here in heat 2. Clear start here in the second time of asking as Emily Vulick leads through the opening 25. Also swimming well in this opening 50, out in lane 2 is Scarlett. So it will be Emily who leads through in a 35.66, ahead of Scarlett and Shiloh in third. Emily's looking really strong, and you can see how she's driving forward and getting good length on every stroke. And now she hits that 75-metre turn on a full stroke. With Scarlett Tavarsky in second. And Shiloh maintaining third place down here in lane 8. But also swimming well in lane 5 as Amity Lansbury. So through the 100 turn, Emily will lead in a 1:16.20. Followed by Scarlett. And now Amity has moved into third place, just ahead of Shiloh. Emily's doing a really good job of keeping that stroke nice and long. And she's timing it so she's landing on a full stroke on her turn so far. If you land on that full stroke, you keep that energy and momentum going through every wall. Now through the 150 turn, Emily continues to lead. The battle for second is now tightening up, with Scarlett holding just about a second ahead of Amity, with Shiloh not going away in fourth place either. So really good swim here out in front by Emily. Emily had an entry time of 2:43.11. And she looks like she's going to post a time, possibly a couple of seconds under that. So taking this heat 2 out in 2:40.20 is Emily. Scarlett is going to hold on for seconds in 2:49.02, ahead of Amity, with Shiloh in fourth. Just touching ahead of Scarlett, who made a strong last 50. So far we have 9 swimmers at that 2:53.01 or faster. So the swimmers in this final heat will have to make sure they're on their game to give themselves a chance to swim in tonight's final. Starting the fastest in lane 5 is Isabel Vandermeer, one of our visitors from Albury North Lavington. And she turns first ahead of Tali Croynan. Tani looks like she's had the better of the second 25s and will move through into the lead as we approach the 50-metre turn. So Tani leads ahead of Isabella and Imogen Nolan in third. Really good turn there by Tani. extended her lead off that underwater phase. Now starting to challenge for those minor places is Sophia Hogg and Aaliyah Ord over in lane 3 and 2. Tani has extended her lead out to a body length, and that nice tight battle with Isabella just ahead of Imogen, Sophia and Aaliyah. So as we go through the 100-metre turn, Tani turns first in a 1:19.05. Then we've got 3 swimmers turning in the 1:20s. Imogen, Sophia and Isabella. Those 3 are going neck and neck with Aaliyah just behind. So Isabella continues to lead in this third heat. And she's now out to a 2 body length lead. So, that's Tani continues to lead over Isabella. And Tani comes through the 150 turn in first, ahead of Isabella, Sophia in third, and Imogen in fourth. So the battle for second, third, and fourth is still nice and tight, with Isabella and Sophia just opening up a half a body length lead over Imogen through that turn. But Imogen is starting to fight back up to Sophia's shoulder through this fourth 50. So Tani is going to take this third and final heat out as she comes under the final 10 metres and approaches the wall, and is going to put together a fantastic swim and touches the wall in a time of 2:46.60 ahead of Isabella, with Sophia in third and Imogen in fourth. It would appear to qualify for that final, we had to go a 251.8. 251.8, I believe, sits in 10th place after our 3 heats of 15-year-old girls 200-metre breaststroke. We are now moving on to action, swim-off action here in the blue pool. And it's lovely that a swimmer who's going to be swimming later is helping Sarah get her ledge set up, even though she's competing against her teammate. So one of the MLC swimmers was helping Sarah from Geelong. As Sarah Pravilli will swim out of lane 4 and Kate Lewina out of lane 5 in 100 backstrokes swim off for our 14-year-old girls. We're underway here, with Sarah getting the best of the starts and has got just a half a stroke lead as we approach the 25-metre turn. And Sarah again has the better of the underwaters and has extended that lead up to 3/4 of body length through this opening 50. Kate's doing a really good job of keeping that stroke rate nice and high and staying relaxed. Has made a little bit of ground in the second 50. So Sarah is still continuing to lead, but it's only by that one arm stroke as we approach the final turn. So Sarah continues to lead, has regained that half a body length lead and is extending it out to a body length as we approach the final 5 metres, and is going to take out this swim off in the girls' 14 years 100 backstroke in a time of 1:08.46, just ahead of Kate. If I remember quickly, back to those backstroke swims by those girls, I believe that is well and truly faster swim by Sarah than what she posted in the heats. I believe she posted, they posted a 1:10 from memory for those girls. On a 1:08.02 maybe it was. So yeah, so another 2 seconds faster there. So fantastic swim. As we move on to event 136, our mixed 15 to 18, 1500 metre freestyle. We have 3 heats scheduled to be swum, so we're jumping straight to heat 2 here. We had originally had 4 heats listed, but we are going with 3 heats. We're just getting our lap counters set as we approach action time. Okay, so we are set behind the blocks. It's good to see some of our athletes in lane 8 and 9. So Catherine and Nikki having a bit of a chat just to relax themselves pre-1500. So we are still waiting for a few more lap counters before we can start our distance events. So we're still waiting for our final lap counters to arrive to enable us to have these 1500 metre swimmers, because each swimmer has a lap counter at the end of their lane. It does look like we have a number of volunteers who have come down, so we will be able to start very shortly. Getting our lap counters set in their lanes before we can commence. A few of our lap counters are just getting their instructions from our technical officials about how the lap counting process works. It's a very important job, and you do need to stay focused. Okay, opening heat is on the blocks. We are underway here. Taylor Watson, swimming in lane 0. Darusha Perea in lane 2. Mackenzie Hunter in lane 3. Archie Lark in lane 4. Kiara Walsh, lane 5. Alana Cummings, lane 6. Ashley Dunn, lane 7. Catherine Boyle, lane 8. And Nikki Rapapara, lane 9. So our athletes are just settling into their speeds through this opening 100s. This is kind of the free 100s. You've got a bit of extra speed up in store. It's good to use it, but can't be a hard 100. It has to be a relaxed 100. And Catherine Boyle is going to lead through the first 100 in a 104.7. That's a really good start through the first 100s. So these are, again, our time finals. So in our time finals, we start with our slowest heats first and we move towards our fastest heats as we're going through. And then we'll do the medal ceremonies at the end of this morning's session. These are being swum as mixed events, but the medals will be split up into single sex and different age groups as well. So Catherine continues to lead. And has put together a really good opening 200s. Different age groups. If that doesn't make sense, make sure you're watching both live streams at the same time as Tim and me have a conversation. So Catherine Boyle leads through the first 200 at 2:13.9. Ahead of Mackenzie Hunter, with Tharusha in third. So what we want to see in these early stages of this 1500s is settling into a nice rhythm, maintaining the same stroke count each 25, same number of dolphins off the walls, and just getting into that rhythm. You want to be as fast and relaxed as you can, but it has to feel easy at this stage. If you're pushing too hard to get that speed, then you are going to pay for it later. That first 100 is sort of that free speed, and now we're into the mode where we want to be setting the same times for the second 100, the third 100, the fourth 100 as we continue on. So she turns through the 300 now. Catherine still in the lead in the 3:23. So now we're going to start to try and pay a little bit of attention to what time she's splitting for these 100s. So it's a 3:23 there. Let's see what she, at the 400 metre mark, what Catherine's able to turn through in. And then we'll start to get an idea of what pace she's able to maintain. Okay, so Catherine comes towards the 400 metre turn, still leading for by about 7 metres over Mackenzie. So you turn that 300 in 3:23, and now she's turned the 400 in 4:33. So she's holding that 110 speed. That first 100 was that sort of free, easy speed, which she turned. She went out well and faster than 110, and now she's sort of settling into that 110 rhythm. We'll see how she maintains that pace as we go through the distance. Mackenzie's also looking really good over in lane 3, and Archie Lark in lane 4, keeping that stroke nice and long. So again, we have a number of different races going on within each race. So although obviously all swimmers are trying to be first to the wall, the separate events are going to be calculated on the male and female side, and also splitting up those age groups for our medal winners, which will be presented after all heats are finished. So Catherine Boyle still looking really long and smooth, keeping that breathing every 2 rhythm going, having a 2-beat kick, nice and calm, nice and relaxed as it turns through the 500 here in 5:43. Again, sitting on that 1:10 rhythm that she's established for a while. Mackenzie Hunter hasn't dropped any further behind over in lane 3, so is also maintaining that nice strong rhythm for our opening 500s. So sometimes our swimmers would like to sort of break it down, this 1500, into 3 500-metre segments. This is why it's really important that we do have our lap counters, as you'll start to see some of our athletes are being lapped. And it does get a little bit confusing to work out where everyone's up to. So our lap counters do a vital job to not only help our athletes, but also all our officials and timekeepers to know where every athlete is up to. So the difference between Catherine and Mackenzie is still just about 5 metres, as it has been for the last 300 metres. So Catherine's still maintaining that 2-beat kick, breathing every 2 strokes, keeping that tempo strong and smooth as she turns through the 600 here in 6:54. So there's again a 1:10.3. Mackenzie's working out of that turn. She's making sure she keeps those legs going over in lane 3. So she's, every time she pops out of the turn, she's really working, making sure she really accelerates to try and maintain that rhythm. So the whistles you might be able to hear in the background, that's for the other pool's 800s. We're not quite up to whistling stage just yet in this 1500. As Catherine continues to lead, but Mackenzie's definitely closed that gap down over this last 200 metres. She's now sitting right on her feet. Archie Lark. So Archer is also looking long and relaxed, and he sits in 3rd place in this heat at the moment. I think Mackenzie may have noticed that she can see Catherine over this side and is making a concerted effort to close down that gap. So through the 700s, Catherine still leads 8:05. And that was probably just starting to drift out to that 1:11. Whereas Mackenzie is starting to move through and probably was holding that 1:10 speed as they turn pretty much even, as we now are working towards the 800-metre turn. So Mackenzie has now taken over that lead in lane 3, just ahead of Catherine. So our first lead change of this 1500 here in the blue pool. Archer Lark is still sitting in 3rd. With Ashley Dunn in 4th. So it's really Mackenzie is doing a really good job coming off that wall, just bringing those legs in again, just re-establish your speed, get yourself set for it the next lap. As she turns through here in the 800 in a 9:15. So she was able to maintain that 1:10 speed again, whereas Catherine drifted to that 1:11 over the last 200s. They're keeping that tempo going, so watch as Mackenzie comes off the wall again. A couple of dolphins and then strong kicks as she breaks out, which is really helping her maintain that speed. Catherine's more keeping that 2-beat kick going throughout as we approach the 850 turn. Mackenzie's out now to 2 body length lead over Catherine. It's good to see both athletes still dolphining off the wall. You'll notice that it is challenging to keep those dolphins going during the 1500. You're not trying to get out to the 10-metre mark like you might during a 100. You're working on trying to do just a couple of strong dolphins off that wall to make the most of that free speed you get off, that push-off. So carrying that free speed off the push-off, keeping that momentum going with a couple of strong dolphins before you come up. As we go through the 900 here in a 10:24, that was actually a 109 from Mackenzie, so she's doing a really good job. And it's actually probably increased her speed down back into that 109, swimming sub 110s. So Mackenzie had an entry time of 18:08. So 18:08. So for those of you playing along at home, trying to work out what that equates to, a good way to think of it, so 15 minutes is 1 minute per 100. 16 minutes means you are swimming at a 104 per 100. 17 minutes means you're swimming at a 108 per 100. And 18 minutes means you're swimming at a 112 per 100. So currently, it looks like Mackenzie is going to be up for a good PB here as she's maintaining that sort of 110, even a little bit under over the last few 100s, which is faster than her 112 or just over 112 entry time that she had per 100 speed. So she turns here in 11:34 through the 1,000s. So that's back to that 110 speed. Catherine's dropped back to about 5 metres behind Mackenzie, with Archer in third through the 1,000 at 11:48. Ashley Dunn is about to turn through her 1,000 at 11:59, just ahead of Alana Cummings. So it's really good that Ashley and Alana are right next to each other. There's only a body length between them, so they'll be able to have a good battle through this final 500. You can see that Mackenzie's putting in a really good effort and is starting to get a little bit red in those shoulders as she still maintains that lead over Catherine and has probably extended it out to about 10 metres. Swimming a really good tempo down here in lane 9 is Nikki, and she's looking good as she turns through in 12:39 through, I think that is her 1,050. So 12:44 from Mackenzie Hunter through the 1100. Again, a 110, sitting on that 110 speed. So we're looking to a fantastic swim as she comes up alongside her Haileybury competitor, Brusha, to overtake him. Again, you just notice that difference off that turn that Mackenzie was able to execute a couple of stronger dolphin kicks and really breaking out. And she's now trying a concerted effort to bring her legs in a little bit stronger as we move through to the concluding stages of this race. And that lead is out to 9 metres over at Catherine Boyle, who's still putting together a good swim here and looking long and relaxed. Still getting that 2-beat kick going, breathing every 2, keeping her rhythm smooth and consistent. So again, Mackenzie's coming up at that 7.5 metre point with her head off that wall, which is really good in a 1500. Clearly shows that she has been working those turns in training, because you can't magically do it in a race. So she turns through the 1200 metre here in 13:54. Again, that was actually a 109 high for that 100, so she's back to that 109 range. It's a really good job. She's had a sneaky look at the lap counter, seeing that she had 11 laps to go as she hit the wall there. And keeping that kick going. Does look like her cap's starting to slide off a little bit, but she's really putting the effort in, trying to keep that tempo nice and high as she moves through this 1500. Really good skills, keeping that kick nice and strong. So it's just a steady kick through the middle of the lap, and then as she's coming through this turn, as we can see on the screen, she does her turn, she does a few dolphins, and then strong on that kick on that breakout. So really good job there, Mackenzie. with Catherine still dropping down to about 12.5 metres behind. As Mackenzie turns through and now on a 15.04. Again, a 109 high there. And is putting together a really good swim here. Maintaining that good speed. It's a fantastic swim. Again, she has another sneaky look forward to check that lap counter as she's about to approach her final 200 metres. So Mackenzie does turn here and has now extended her lead out to 15 metres over Catherine Ball in that battle for the heat win. As looking smooth, long and relaxed. She's now starting to bring those legs in throughout the swim. Rather than just out of the turn, she's keeping that legs going nice and strong. And she turns here in a 16.06. This is a really good, 16.12. This is a fantastic swim as she's approaching her final 100 now. So we're about to get to the whistle. She again has another sneak foot look, looking at that lap counter. She's trying to bring those legs in for this final 75. As our technical official gets ready to whistle her through for this final 50. Fantastic swim here by Mackenzie Hunter. She's putting a big effort, trying to bring those legs in as much as she can up that stroke rate in this final 50. So Mackenzie Hunter in lane 3 is going to take this heat out as she has 25 metres left to swim. And she's on track for absolutely massive PB. A reminder, her entry time was an 18.0819, and she's swimming into the wall now with 5 metres to go, and is going to take this opening heat out in a 17:20.04. So Catherine is coming home to finish in second down here in lane 8. And Catherine is also swum a fantastic swim in a 17:33, taking just over 50 seconds off her entry time. Archer Lark touches now in a 17:43, taking a lazy 8 seconds off his entry time. So some fantastic swims here in our opening heat of 1500s. As Ashley Dunn comes in 4th in 17:58, ahead of Alana Cummings in 18:02. So Alana and Ashley also swimming nice PBs there. Coming in for 6th, Barusha in an 18:12.09, taking 6 seconds off a personal best. Now Taylor Watson comes in an 18:22 and swims a personal best by almost 20 seconds. As our final swimmers are entering their final stages of this 1500s. In lane 9, next to finish, will be Nikki Rapapara. Nikki had an entry time of 19:40, and Nikki looks like she's going to swim well and truly under that entry time, and comes into touch in a time of 19:06.71. So big PB there. As our final swimmer, Sophia Hogg, enters her final 50. So Sophia is her second chance, a little bit of a swim by herself, as she had to complete her 200 freestyle earlier in the day all by herself. And she's going to conclude this opening heat of 1500s. As she comes in to finish here. Just waiting for that time to correct, because I believe that was her time at the 1450 metre mark. So we'll just wait. It does look like the scoreboard has cleared. So we now have heat 3. We now have heat 3 behind the blocks. It's actually our second heat that we're swimming, but heat 3 because we have combined our opening heat of athletes into some other heats. And this is the case with Madeline Burns, who was swimming in our opening heat. Is now swimming in lane 2. So I'll quickly go through the athletes in this third heat. Edward Muller from Nunawading in lane 0. Xavier Purcell from Western Melbourne Propulsion lane 1. Madeline Burns from Surrey Park lane 2. Brandon Burgess, also Surrey Park lane 3. In lane 4, Ruby Knott from Propulsion. Lane 5 from Nunawading, Joshua Carnes. Lane 6 from MLC Aquatic, Reese Moody. Lane 7 from MLC Aquatic, Tyler Land. Lane 8 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Bryden Ward. And then lane 9 from Nunawading, Dakota Mathis. Again, so the swimmers here just establishing their early rhythm in this sort of free first 50 and 100. So this 100 is likely to be the fastest 100 that they swim of this 1500, with Byron setting the early pace here in 1:01.34. Byron leads ahead of Joshua Carnes, and in third place Tyler Land. So swimmers don't often get as many chances to practice these endurance events. So this is a fantastic opportunity for all these swimmers to get another chance to practice it, but also why we often see some big personal bests, because they might not have swum this event for 12 months. Or some of these swimmers might not have swum this short course at all, as we haven't had a short course season for the last 2 years, and they might have been entered on a long course entry time. So Joshua now moves alongside Byron through this 150 metre turn. As those boys are neck and neck as we approach the 200 metre turn. So this is where we're going to start to establish what their speed through these hundreds is going to be as they look to settle into their rhythm. So Josh turns in a 2:07. Ahead of Byron, with Xavier Purcell over in lane 1 currently in third. So Josh has been doing a really good job. He's maintained that rhythm from his first 100 a little bit better than Byron, and settled into that bit of a faster tempo, and has now moved out to 3.5 metre lead as we approach the 250 metre turn. Xavier's looking long and smooth over there in lane 1, as he's just ahead of Reese Moody, who's swimming out of lane 7. And the girls in the middle of the pool, Brianna Burgess and Ruby Knott, are also in that battle for third place in this heat. A reminder, we'll split these events up later for our medals. So they were swimming as a mixed event, but when we award the medal winners, they'll be females and males, and also in our individual age group categories. So Josh turns through the 300 in 3:13. And he's 1:05 high through that 100. So that's sort of the pace he's establishing as his target for these 100s. So again, he's looking nice and long. So Josh is keeping that stroke really long. A little bit of a catch-up out in front. Breathing every 2. With using those legs, it's sort of about a 4-beat kick tempo. Whereas down here in lane 8, Byron is sort of more of that 2-beat kick tempo through this first 400. Xavier still holds on to third, ahead of the battle in the centre of the pool between Brianna and Ruby. Also looking really relaxed over there in lane 0 is Edward Muller. So now we come to the 400 metre turn. And Joshua turns in 4:19. So that was settling into that 106 range. So just a little bit slower than his previous 100, which is interesting to see if he's able to maintain that speed over these next few hundreds, if we can settle into that rhythm. Ruby and Brianna are starting to move up right alongside Xavier in that battle for third in this heat. Josh still looks nice and relaxed out in front and getting good distance off the wall, coming up at the 7.5 metre mark off that turn. As Byron turns through here, also looking smooth. He's just got that, trying to increase his kick a little bit more, sort of having that pause and then the 4-beat kick, pause and the 4-beat kick. So Byron's holding second behind Josh, as now Josh starts to head towards the 500 turn and turns through the 500 metre mark in 5:26. So again, that's a 107 there for Josh. So that looks to be the pace he's starting to settle down into, with Byron in second, and that battle for third nice and tight. With through that 500, it is Brianna Burgess who's now moved into third place, just ahead of Ruby Knott and Xavier Purcell. So we have another of these athletes who were entered somewhere between 17:15 and 17:50. I'll remind you of sort of how to work out your rough maths of what speed swimmers are for the 1500. So 15 minutes is a 1 minute per 100 cycle. 16 minutes is a 104. 17 minutes is our 108, and 18 minutes is our 112. So, for these swimmers, some at 17:15 to 17:50, they're really looking for that sort of 108 to 111 speed that they want to be able to maintain if they're going to set themselves up for a PB. So Josh turns through the 600 in 6:34, 107 high for that 100. So still maintaining that 107 range. Ryan still maintaining his position in second. He's 5 metres clear of that nice tight battle for third that's developing over the other side of the pool between Xavier Purcell in lane 1 and Brianna Burgess lane 3 and Ruby Knott in lane 4. So Joshua is now starting to approach some of these swimmers. He's lapping here, which is actually really good for both swimmers because it gives Joshua a bit of a person to aim at and to help him keep himself honest on his pace. And for the person who's getting past, it sometimes provides a little bit of a spurt to re-accelerate. Because in these 1500s, it's really easy to sort of accidentally slip off your speeds. Not necessarily through physical exhaustion, but more through mental exhaustion. So again, we're hitting that 107 speed from Josh through the 700 as we approach the halfway mark. So it is a battle both of mental and physical to be able to maintain your speed. Because now it's starting to really hurt to be able to maintain these 100s. You're in a rhythm, but because it's starting to hurt, it's hard to maintain that rhythm. So you need to keep making sure that you're just not letting it hurt the same amount, because that tends to be you're gradually slowing down. You need to increase that hurt as you're going through the 1500 to maintain your speed. That battle over the far side for third in this heat is fantastic, with Brianna just sneaking a tiny little bit ahead of both Ruby and Xavier. So Ruby and Xavier are club mates, so they'll be having a battle, whereas Brianna and Ruby are in the 17-18 female category, so they're battling for the medals. So lots of inside battles here as we turn through an 8:48.6 for Josh through that 800 metre turn. And again, hitting that 107 speed. So he's putting together a really good swim here. A reminder that Josh's entry time was 17:23. So he's maintaining a tempo that is looking to swim a big PB here. as he approaches another couple of his boys on his outside in Reese and Tyler, and he'll try and make ground on them through this 25, give himself another target to keep finishing. So Brianna looks like she's got half a body length lead now over both Xavier and Ruby in that battle for third. So Josh has moved alongside Reese and Tyler as he comes towards the 900 metre turn. And Josh turns through the 900 in 9:55. And again, that 107, actually down to a 106 for that 100. So he's obviously trying to increase the tempo just slightly again as he heads towards the 1,000 metre mark. So Josh has now extended his lead as he's lapped those two boys, Reese and Tyler, who are having a neck-and-neck battle and have never been more than about a body length between them as they turn through in 7th and 8th in this heat, and only half a second between those two boys. So great battle between those two club mates from MLC as they continue to battle in this 1500. So Josh now leads and is approaching the 1,000 metre mark. So he's about to enter his final 500 and turns through the 1,000 in 11:01. So again, back to a 106. So really good swim as he's trying to increase that pressure through this final 500. As you can see on the screen at the moment, clearing out in third position has been Brianna Burgess. She's moved into that lead by about a body length over the propulsion teammates Xavier and Ruby. They've actually gone past Byron, so now that's a battle for second place. So Brianna and Ruby and Xavier are battling for second place in this heat as they've gone past the early second place holder in Byron, as he hasn't been able to maintain that early speed he showed through the first 100 where he was our leader. Now Josh is moving up to lap those second through the fourth swimmers as he turns through the 1100 in a 12:07. Again, another 106. So he's been able to maintain those 106s that he's established for the last three 100s after he's settled into a 107 range. So it's good to see that he's obviously put in a concerted effort to try and work this second half of the race. As he's now coming up to Brianna Burgess, who is holding on to second place in this heat. And so now he's going to lap his last swimmer, but Brianna is not making it easy for him. He's only been able to gain just a quarter of a body length over this last 50. So Brianna's seen the challenge and has tried to respond herself, which is what I was talking about earlier. As someone getting lapped in these races, it actually is great for both athletes because it's another cue to just set yourself into, make sure you're really continuing to accelerate, continuing to push as someone comes along beside you. So Josh turns through this 1,200 metre mark in 13:14. Back to a 107 for that 100. And he does finally overtake Brianna. So he's 50 metres ahead of Brianna as we move through this 1500. Brianna has cleared out ahead of Xavier by 2 body lengths and Ruby by a further body length. So that battle for the minor places in this heat is starting to open up a little bit as Josh is bringing those legs in a little bit stronger, trying to keep that consistent 4 and even into a 6-speed kick going through this 1500. He's still looking long and relaxed and keeping that stroke nice and long as we move into the concluding stages of this 1500. And I'm really impressed that he's still managing to get 7.5 metres off every turn as we approach the 1,300 metre turn And he turns through the 1300 in 14:20, 1.08. So back to that 106 high. 106 high as he's got 200 metres left to swim, with Brianna having 250 over there in lane 3. Still looking really relaxed over the far side as we're focusing them on the screen. There's Edward Muller and Madeline Burns, as they are currently neck and neck, with Edward at 50 metres ahead of Madeline. Okay, so again, we're about to lose a cap here in our MLC battle down here in lane 6 and 7, with Reese's caps about to fall off as they head the opposite direction to Josh, who is now heading into his 1400 metre turn. And he turns through the 1400 metre mark in 15:28. So that was a 106 high again. So he's into that final 100. We'll see if he can respond and pick it up a little bit, with Brianna in second in this heat. And Xavier in third. So Josh is really trying to bring those legs in. It's a constant 6-beat kick now as he approaches his final 100. I thought this is Josh's 50 to go, but the lap counters tell me otherwise. But I will see about that. As Josh looks like he is going to take this heat out. It appears he's got 50 to go now, but I thought he might be finishing. So we'll just take a note of this time as he comes in. 16:35. I thought that was his conclusion of the race, but we'll check later. It does appear that he's going to swim an extra 50, Josh, and now Brianna is on to her last 50. I think this is just a bonus 50 for Josh. A victory lap of sorts. Okay, so Brianna is coming into touch seconds here. Brianna had an entry time of 17:28, and she swims a 17:15. So a big PB there. And into third, Xavier Purcell, also swimming a nice PB. And into touch now in 17:22, Ruby Knott, just a few seconds over her personal best. And Byron, our early leader, holds on for fifth, just ahead of Edwards, who's got a 50 to go. Touchpads are a little bit all over the place now, because Edward appears to be 6th place, but 7th and 8th have finished. So we'll have to check that if that lap counting was correct there, or if he did a bonus 50 as well. As Edward just seems to be swimming on and on and on now. So we'll have to check that one out, what his final time is. And into touch now in lane 2, Matilda Burns, 18:17, which her entry time was an 18:52. So she's taken massive chunks off her personal best. As I think Edward over in lane 0 was just waiting for a whistle, and that he didn't hear before, and so he just keeps going and going and going. And we are now concluding Edward's race. I think he wanted to swim a few extra laps. So I believe the times you can see on the screen are the official times. Make sure you check out Meet Mobile or live results for those final times. I know a few of us had a bit of a miscount here as we move on to our 4th heat. Okay, underway here in heat 4 in lane 1, Rowan Wine from Yarra Plenty. In lane 2 from Traralgon, Joshua Dwyer. In lane 3 from Tiger Sharks, Tyler Norton. In lane 4 from MLC Aquatic, Harry Hay. In lane 5 from Nuttawading, Harvey Lanigan. In lane 6 from Doncaster Templestowe, Connor Hayes. In lane 7 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Alex Cartel. In lane 8 from Surrey Park, Jesse Phillips. And in lane 9 from MLC Aquatic, Joshua Witkowski. So it's just the boys in this fourth and final heat. But we do have a couple of battles going on in this race because we do have athletes ranging in age from 15 through to 18. Our early leader is out in lane 1 through the first 100, 100. Rowan leads ahead of Cooper with Harry in third. So again, we're looking for these boys now to establish their rhythm, get into their pace. That was the free 100. And now we need to settle down to work. So these swimmers have a entry time ranging from that 15.56 from Harry in lane 4 out to a 17.12 for Josh in lane 9. So big range here. So for Harry to swim on his personal best, he needs to be just a little bit under a 104 average per 100. So we'll start to take a note of that because 104 average per 100 would swim you a time of 16.00. So he got that free 4 seconds in that first 100 and he turns here in a 2:03.99. So again, he's settled into a good rhythm, just a little bit ahead of that speed that he needs to maintain. So let's see if over this next few 100 metres he can maintain those 103s. Still sitting in second now is Rowan over in lane 1, and right up alongside him is Cooper in lane 2. So those three are ahead of Harvey Lanigan, who's swimming out of lane 5, and Jesse Phillips down here in lane 8. So Harry Hay has a nice tempo, keeping soft legs going. So he's sort of going to that more traditional endurance 2-beat kick, trying to keep that high tempo going while maintaining his stroke length. So as we approach the 300 metre turn, Harry leads through in a 3:08. So that was a 104 high, or 104 mid for that 100. So again, right on that pace he needs to sit on his PB. So to swim his PB, he just needs to be just under that 104s. And a little bit of extra speed in that first 100 to give him a little margin for error. And now it's if he can maintain that speed as we're settling into that rhythm part of our race. So he has extended his lead out to 10 metres, with Rowan Wine still sitting in second, ahead of Cooper in third. Harvey Lanigan in fourth, and Jesse Phillips in fifth. So the battle from second to fifth is nice and tight, with only about 3 body lengths between those athletes, with Rowan our leader of that second place battle. We're now approaching the 400 metre turn, and Harry turns through in a 4:12.7, a 104.4. So again, on that speed he needs to be to match his personal best, with Rowan maintaining second place ahead of Cooper and Harvey. So Harry out to a 12.5 metre lead as he comes through his next turn, as the other boys hit the middle of the pool. So these swimmers are trying to stay nice and relaxed and keep that stroke nice and long. If you're watching one of your friends swim, you'll probably notice if you counted their strokes, they'll be hitting the same stroke count every lap at the moment. Trying to hit the same number of dolphin kicks off the wall, keeping everything as consistent as possible and trying to maintain that rhythm throughout the rest of this 1500s. So as we turn through the 500s, Harry leads in a 5:17. Again, he's 104.3 there, so right on that speed he needs to swim to maintain his personal best. Rowan in second, and now moving into third is Harvey in lane 5. Jesse Phillips down here in lane 8 is starting to challenge Cooper Lampert for that 4th place. Again, that battle from 2nd through 5th is nice and tight. So keeping that tempo nice and high. Harry out in the lead as he heads back down the pool as our other boys approach the turn at the finish end. So Harvey has moved into second, just ahead of Rowan, with Jesse now in 4th. So now we approach the 600-metre turn. Harry's keeping that tempo nice and high, and he turns through the 600 in 6:21.52. Again, a 104.5, 104.4, 104.4 for that 100. And now moving into second is Jesse Phillips from Surrey Park. He turns through in a 6:35. So we'll try and track some of the other swimmers' 100-metre times as well as we progress through this event. So Harry's tempo hasn't changed since the opening 50, as Harvey is currently sitting in 3rd place, just behind Jesse, with Rowan in 4th. Harvey, as you can see on the screen now, looking nice and relaxed as we zoom out, and we'll see Harry going the opposite way in lane 4 as Harry comes through to the 700-metre turn and turns in 7:26.12. That was a 104 once again, 104.6, so just a little bit slower than some of his previous 100s. So it's really important now he maintains that rhythm. And going through in second, Jesse has maintained his turn to 105 through that 100. So was able to pick up his speed just a little bit from where he was setting earlier in the race. So Jesse's now, as you can see on the screen, extended his lead over that battle for second with Harvey and Rowan out to a body length as they come and approach the finish end for another turn, as Harry is at the other end of the pool, 25 metres ahead. So they pass each other in the middle of the pool, those leading 4 athletes, as Harry is now coming into the 800-metre turn. And he turns through the 800 in 8:30.97. Again, a 104.7 for that 100. So again, just a slight little bit slower than he was able to. He was able to average earlier 104 lows. That's all important as Jesse turns through here in second in an 8:46. And that was a 106 100. So it was 105 for the previous 100. We'll see if he can maintain the 106s or maybe even get back into the 105s in that battle for second. So we've passed the halfway mark for our leading athletes as they continue to keep that tempo going. Is this battle for second, as we're seeing on the screen right now, Jesse has extended his lead out to 2 body lengths ahead of Harvey, with Rowan a further half a body length behind. Now we're working on Harry approaching the 900-metre turn as those other boys go to the 8:75. Harry turns through the 900 in 9:35.5. And again, 104.6, 104.6. So still in that 104 range, but he'll need to try and start to pick it up as those 104 points are starting to accumulate. As Jesse turns in a 9:51. Again, that's back to that 105 for that 100. So he's bouncing between those 106s and 105s, Jesse, as he consolidates his second place. And sitting pretty much still 25 metres behind, which for the last 200 metres, Harry and Jesse have exchanged glances down the middle of the pool. So you can see Jesse's back over here in lane 8, starting to get a little bit red as he's really continuing to work. As again, Hib and Harry pass at the middle of the pool. Harry looks like he's made a little bit of ground here and has extended that lead beyond the 25 metre mark as we hit the 1,000 metre turn in a 10:40. So that was out to a 105 for that 100, 105.1. So let's see if we can finish strong from Harry and get back into those 104s. Jesse turns in a 10:58, and that's back to a 106 high, 106.2 for that 100, 106.2 for that 100, I believe, as he's now 28 metres behind Harry. As Harry's passing another swimmer, he's gone past Connor Hayes. Again, that's a good chance for both boys to sort of re-establish their rhythm. Harry looking to accelerate away, and Connor seeing how long he can hold on to Harry. Jesse's looking solid in second place down here in lane 8. He's now moved out to a 5 metre lead over that battle between Harvey and Rowan for third. Through the 1100s in 11:45, again into that 105 range for Harry. So he needs to now see if he can pick it back up and get back into those 104s through this final 400. And Jesse put in another 105 in second place as he's consolidating second. He's moved 5 metres clear of that battle. Harry's doing a fantastic job of just keeping his tempo going in the middle of the pool. Keeping that tempo nice and strong. Jesse's starting to try and bring those legs in a little bit, but more focusing on the higher tempo. Still a 2-beat kick for Jesse. On his inside, his clubmate. Sorry, no, not his clubmate. Alexander's has brought his legs in. As we go through the 1200 and 1251 point, and that was managing to hit that 105 again. So we've got 300 metres to go for Harry leading. We'll see if he can start to re-accelerate. He just slightly let it slip out to those 105s, and it's going to be challenging to be right on his personal best if he's at that 105 range. So Harry makes another turn here at the finish end, as he's just recently gone past Cooper Lambert, who's sitting in 5th place in this heat. Harvey Lanigan is currently in 3rd as we focus in on Harvey, as he's coming towards the finish end again to make another turn. As he turns through, making another turn, his abs are starting to hurt with the number of times you've had to do a tumble turn. As Harry makes a turn through the 1300 in 13:56. 104 high on that 100. So let's see if he can be a big last 200. So you think about how many turns they've had to do, which is essentially doing a sit-up. Every time you go through that sit-up, tumble turn, you're doing a sit-up. So your abs really start to hurt at the back end of a short course, 1,500 metres, with how much work you have to do through every single turn, as well as just during the swimming portion of keeping yourself nice and balanced. So swimmers are starting to see the end is in sight as we approach our final 200, with Harry putting together a really good swim, and he continues to lead. The challenge for Harry is to see how close to his personal best time of 15:56.20 he can get. It would be very tough. He would have had to swim the last 200 in 2:00 to swim on his best time. He turns through the 1400 in 15:01. Again, right on that 105 speed. 104 high, 105 low, as he's getting support from his teammates and coaches through this last 75 metres. Still looking good in second, Jesse Phillips. Probably dropped these last 200s to a 106, Jesse in second place. As Harry is going to get the bell with 50 metres to go here in lane 4. So Harry turns with 50 metres to go, and you can see he's really brought those legs in and has increased that tempo. He's trying to chase down those boys who are behind him now, and he's giving him a good target for this last 50 to try and chase down those boys alongside him. We'll see if he can chase them down in this last 50. So Harry's going to take this state title out. Going to be just over his personal best, but a fantastic swim, and comes in for the win in a 16:03.03. Coming in for second place now, also bringing his legs in this last 50, is Jesse Phillips down here in lane 8. So Jesse had an entry time of 17:11, and he's going to swim miles under that and touches in a 16:22.84. Coming in for third now, Harvey Lanigan in lane 5. Harvey's entry time was at 16:52, and Harvey also swims under his time, finishing just ahead of Rowan Wine, who's taken a casual 30 seconds off his time as he touches in 4th, with Cooper Lampert coming in 5th, who's also done a big PB. In 6th place in lane 6 is Connor Hayes, and there's 16:51. Connor taking off 3 seconds from his personal best. Finishing in 7th was Taylor Norton in a 16:53. Taylor was right on his personal best, within 0.4 of a second, as Alexander Cartel comes in to touch the wall in 8th at 17:14. Just a little bit over his personal best, as we now have our concluding swimmer down here in lane 9, coming into the wall to touch. Joshua rounds out this heat in a 17:27.90. That concludes this morning's action from the Victorian Age Short Course Championships here in the Blue Pool. We look forward to you joining us again this evening for our finals session, our final session here on Sunday night. We'll see you again at 5 o'clock, but that's all for now. Goodbye.